my new obsession.
Hello guys, what's up? Sorry for the delay. This is Word here. I'm going to be casting our show match between Clarity Gaming and Western Wolves today. And we are just getting our players into our lobby. Thank you all for joining us today. It's going to be a terrific show match. And I'm just going to get us set up here. Now, I was originally supposed to cast with Promise, but unfortunately he could not make it, so I will be flying solo this evening. Hope you guys don't mind. We should have a lot of fun today. Just going to get our last person in the lobby here, and then we will get started. And this is a best of 9, all-kill format show match, so, you know, all the good stuff. Classic role, classic format we're pretty much used to, so no surprises. And our first match here is going to be Morrow versus Yong. We're just going to wait for one more person to get in the lobby here, and we will be set. So we're going to have a TVP today. To begin us off, and it's gonna be good stuff. Now, in the meantime, guys, of course, you can visit the Clarity Gaming website, claritygaming.com. Check out the roster, all of that good stuff. Of course, all the info is on Team Liquid as well. Again, my name is Word. I'm a caster for Clarity Gaming. And this is my first official event for them, so I'm excited for all sorts of reasons. Hope you guys are too. We're just going to make sure we get everybody in the lobby that we need. At the moment, it's pretty bare. We need some company in here. It's a little lonely. And again, guys, it's best of 9 all kill. So, of course, I mean, whoever wins this match, either Yong or Morrow, will stay up on the roster there. And they will be taking on the next player. I think we're just about ready here. Just going to get a couple more people in. Who else wanted to observe? Let me see here. Okay, we're just going to get Starnin in here to observe the game. He's just got to hop online real quick, guys. So sorry for the delay, but we will be getting started real soon, real soon. Don't you worry about a thing. Now, the Clarity roster, if you're not familiar with it, no, we've just begun. Current score is 0-0, but if you're, if you're not familiar with the Clarity roster, you can check it out on TL. A lot of players. Of course, only 5 will be playing today. I don't want to spoil anything. So we're going to see if Morrow can get started in here. Alright, let's get this started, guys. We're going to count down now. And getting into our game. Alright, so it is Morrow versus Yong. 2 incredible players. Going to be showing down for a PVT here. And no, we did have to switch Yong out for Killer for this particular match. So Killer will not be starting. Sorry about the anti-hype for that, but you know, these sort of things, they do happen last minute when they tend to happen, of course. That's the only time they can happen. So we're going to be here in Antigua Shipyard for our first match, Yong versus Morrow, a PVT. And I've said that enough times, so I can probably get over that. And yeah, New York City, Clarity-based. Of course, we've got Clarity guys in the chat that can pretty much answer all your questions. And I'll be focusing entirely on our games today. Now, if there's any sound problems, music too loud, I'm too quiet, I'm too loud, I don't know. Please let me know in the chat. I will be taking a look every now and then, just to make sure that everything is just as well as it can be. But first things first, we are going to get into our game here, guys. And spawning on the right side here, the Terran player for Western Wolves, he is Morrow. And he is the pink Terran. His opponent, the red Protoss on the left side, he is Clarity Gaming's Yong. We're going to be here cross positions, of course, on Antigua Shipyard. Cross only or get out, as everyone likes to say. And it's going to be a very, very good match. I've been watching Yong stream a lot personally. Mostly Heart of the Swarm. So, I mean, a lot of the Clarity guys have been practicing Heart of the Swarm quite a bit. I understand Morrow has been doing that as well. But that does not mean at all that that these guys are unpracticed in the Wings of Liberty or anything like that. This is what these guys do for a living, guys. And he's just going to ask for 1 second. No problem. We're going to get a quick pause here. Then I can get a good overlay. I know my overlay is stupid. I was kind of a little bit unprepared, so I kind of had to throw together like a really weak graphic. I'm no good. Insidia is the one who makes the graphics. He is a talented guy. So hopefully I'll be able to get that overlay up real quick once this game is underway and over. Grab all sorts of overlays today. So we're just going to make sure everybody's good. Yeah, guys, this is the, if you're just joining us, the Clarity Gaming versus Western Wolves Best of 9 all-kill show match. And this is the first game of the evening. So currently 0-0 at this moment. Yong and Morrow, the first players for their respective teams. Yong playing for Clarity, Morrow playing for Western Wolves. It's going to be a very good show match this evening, guys. Don't you worry about that. Alright, looks like we're good to go. So we have resumed the game. We are back in it. What are we seeing so far from these players? Morrow not going for the wall-off at the front. Instead, laying down his supply depot right near his command center. Of course, this saves you a little bit of mining time. And we see Yong is going for the same thing. Of course, in general, Protoss not walling off against Terran ever. Not a good idea. Leaves you very vulnerable. Good to hear the volume is good as well. And now, what are we going to see from these players? It's hard to say. I haven't watched Morrow's Terran play lately, so It's kind of going to be a mystery to me. I'm so used to him being Zerg. You know, I know he switched a while ago, but unfortunately I haven't been able to see him play in a little while. So I'm happy to be here with him. Yong, I'm a little bit more familiar with. He's got tricks up his sleeve, man. That's for sure. He's got really, really good control with air units specifically. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of hot seats. He's been murdering it with oracles. But this is Wings of Liberty. This is where we are at. We are in the current moment. Looks like Morrow is going to be going for a CC first on 14 there. And, of course, Yong is going to be able to come here and scout it and harass the SCV a little bit. And, of course, a gateway down here from Yong. So these guys playing very macro style. Now, Antigua Shipyard is generally a map that Terrans do like, of course. Of course, Terrans are probably one of the best races when it comes to turtling. And you can get that done on 3 bases. 3 to 4 bases, and once you take the center, of course, it's the real deal. Now, Yong is going to force a couple SCVs off the line here. Morrow quickly switching out the SCV on the command center for a fresh one, so it doesn't take too many hits. And the SCVs always got to use the buddy system when they are building things. Because when there's probe harass around, man, you don't want to be an SCV caught alone. You can't fight. You're generally always going to take the first hit, which means you're going to lose the battle. Yong, meanwhile, back at his base, has taken a relatively quick second gas. So we'll see exactly what sort of pressure he decides to put on. This could be any number of things. Of course, the most common opening in PvT is the 1-gate fast expand, or even a Nexus first. But when you have 2 gas on one base, you have quite a few options, of course. You can go Robo, you can go for a Templar Tech, or maybe even Stargate Tech. It's a little bit rarer, actually quite a bit rarer. If it were a Pokemon card, it would definitely be the foil one. But it is always a possibility, and Phoenixes actually do have their place in PvT. It's just pretty niche. Now, Morrow is going to be getting both of his orbital commands. He's got 2 racks up after this, not rushing into gas. So it looks like he's going to be playing pretty defensively, unless he decides to throw 5 racks down or something like that, which generally doesn't happen. Now, what is Yong going to be doing? We do have 1 Stalker out on the field, and of course that is going to be used to control the map, chase any Marines, SCVs away from the tower, and prevent scouting. And of course he'll be able to plant him right outside of Morrow's natural to see what's up, and we do have a Twilight Council in the back. Now, of course, this is Antigua Shipyard, and that does mean one thing in the PvT matchup. Blink Obs all-ins are incredibly dangerous, very, very powerful. And Morrow right now still doesn't have gas, so if that's what's going to be coming from Yong, which is actually pretty likely, we do have the Robo coming in, so it's looking like a Blink Obs attack, then the Marauder production for Morrow is going to be delayed. We do have the gas going down now. Now the way the Blink attack works for PvT is... the best way to do it, of course, is you really want to pick off the stim that the Terran is researching. You got to find the tech lab he's researching stim on. It's kind of like lifting up the half egg and trying to find the little bean underneath, or whatever that fair game is. And Yong's actually just going to prevent all scouting. So he hasn't seen in here at all. He has no idea what his opponent's up to. But anyway, to continue what I was saying, pick off stim. This push is much, much, much more likely to work, and it's relatively easy to pick off stim as well. In these positions, the barracks aren't particularly in a defensive position. Of course, Yong could just blink up here, come over here and snipe the tech lab and blink out. It's a very dangerous position to be in. Like I was saying, Morrow has absolutely no idea what's going on. Of course, he's going to be very aware that a blink all-in is a very common strategy, and it is certainly what we are seeing here now, by the way. All 4 gates, we got blink on the way. And we have a lot of Marines chasing away this Stalker, but Yong has controlled the map very well. We have a proxy pylon down, and the pressure is going to be coming very shortly. The Observer should be on the way very soon. Or is he? No, he is already out. He did pop out a little bit earlier there. Where is that guy? He's invisible, so it's hard to see him. There we go. And now the pressure is going to be coming on. Factory actually going to be in a great position to be sniped by Yong. And now Morrow is soon going to get a taste of what's coming for him. Blink going to finish right now. He's actually bringing all his units on the downside. This is actually pretty good for Morrow if he can catch just a few Stalkers on the outside, but it's also overextending him quite a bit. If Yong decides to blink in while he's all the way across the map and in the center, then that could spell trouble for Morrow. It's a very tense situation. Decision making going to be very important here. Yong is going to have to reveal his blink here, and now Morrow knows exactly what's up, but it's very likely that he's going to lose all these Marines. The Marauder count, not very good, and yes, all of these Marines are going to go down. That is terrible for Morrow, and he's actually just going to GG out right now. That is going to be the end of this first game. A quick victory for Yong as he takes Morrow down on Antigua Shipyard. He will be staying on for Clarity Gaming, and I'm going to get our decent overlays up, guys, so we have actually something pleasant to look at besides my lovely face. I'm going to get those up, and I will be right back with our next game. Alright guys, welcome back, and sorry for the overlay switching and all that stuff. Like I said, I got pulled in a little late, unfortunately. I didn't have time to get all of the necessary graphics. But we are going to be going into our next game. It's going to be Yong versus Zik Domini. And if you're just tuning in, Yong took the first game off of Morrow, putting Clarity Gaming up 1-0. And this is a best of 9, so current score 1-0. Yong, of course, leading for Clarity Gaming at the moment with a victory under his belt. This game's going to be a PvZ. We're going to be here on Daybreak, and the opponent on the Western Wolves team is Zik Domini. Alright guys, so we are here, we are live, we are ready to roll in the northern position. Spawning is the green Zerg for Western Wolves, currently down 0-1. He is Zik Domini. And his opponent, the red Protoss, currently with a victory for Clarity Gaming, 1-0. He is Yong. So we're going to have our first PvZ of the afternoon/evening, depending where you guys are there. I'm not sure where you're located. Europe, Americas, Australia, Korea, wherever you guys are. Hope you're enjoying it. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Word. I will be casting this evening. And I believe I saw Promise say somewhere in the chat that he will be home soon. So I can absolutely bring him in and make this a dual cast show match, which I'm sure everybody would love. So Zik Domini, of course, our green Zerg. He's going to be up here in the north. Yong has laid down a pylon in preparation for the Forge Fast Expand. And now Yong is going to be going for that scout. Just going to check, make sure everything's good here. Awesome. Again, guys, any sound problems, any video issues, please let me know in the chat. I will be trying to look just as much as I can. Now, looks like Zik Domini here, probably going to be laying down a pool first. Generally the way to go. Of course, if you go hatch first, you run the risk of being cannoned. And honestly, if you go hatch first, a Protoss player is just always going to put a pylon down behind your mineral line anyway. Just to make you pull those drones, just to make you lose that mining time. So, pool first is really the way to go in PvZ. We do see that Yong here is likely going to be going for a Nexus first. That is the flavor of the year, as it were. Maybe of the last 6 months, I'd say people start Forge first. Especially once we've gotten rid of certain maps. Now he's going to be coming out here looking for the block. And again, if you just showed up, it is 1-0 Clarity Gaming. I'm going to try to get a score on the in-between game overlay, but I haven't been using OBS for very long, so I got to experiment with that for a little bit. 1-0 in favor of Clarity. Yong taking a game off of Morrow in that last series on Antigua Shipyard, which puts the score in Clarity's favor. Going to work on blocking that hatch. We do see the Nexus has gone down for Yong, and good pylon placement here. It's going to allow him to SimCity with his Nexus as well. So, you know, sometimes some players might put the pylon up there, and it doesn't leave you a lot of options. It just leaves another hole for Zerglings or what have you to run through, and that's not particularly where you want to be. Now, the hatch for Zik Domini is down. I've seen Zik Domini play before, and he's just solid. It's just one of those solid players, good macro, and he's also very, very adaptable is one thing I noticed about him. I was casting him in a tournament. He played versus Lag Gaming's 5-year-old, and 5-year-old is a very interesting play where he will go 2-base Mothership. And Zik Domini, I don't know if he's seen it before or what, probably has, but not for a long time. He handled it incredibly, incredibly well. Like, it's a very effective play, but Zik Domini adapted very, very well. And that's kind of what Zergs do, man. They evolve, they adapt, and they fight the power. Now, Zik Domini is going to have a couple lings out. We got 2 lings out of the map, going to chase out the probe, make sure that no proxy pylons will be laid down. Behind this, Yong, of course, getting his cannon, getting his gateway. We'll see exactly what sort of follow-up he goes for. Okay, will it be Stargate? Will it be Robo? We see a lot of Robo on Daybreak because, number 1, Immortal Sentry Push, not too shabby here. And number 2, Robo is just the best defensive play you can have to take an early third base. And Daybreak is definitely a map where taking an early third base is viable as long as you have good sentry control. So if it is a defensive Robo play, of course, it's going to be up to Zik Domini to see if he can take advantage of that. Sometimes Mutalisk play works. Usually it does, because generally what somebody gets with a lot of Robo play is a good chunk of sentries, 2 or 3 Immortals. And Mutalisks do pretty well versus that. We'll see exactly what Zik Domini does decide to go for. Of course, just going for the mineral base right now. He's going to get his 3 bases up, going to be taking his gases within the next 30 seconds most likely. And meanwhile, Yong will be macroing behind this. Now, he does have his 2 gas up. Generally indicative of Robo play. If you get your gas between 6 to 6:30, if you get both of them over at your natural Stargate play, you'll see a lot of 3-gas Stargate play, but of course there are varieties, there are options. And Zik Domini, just right now getting his gas. Now, if we take a look at Yong's bases, he hasn't taken the gas yet. Do we have a pylon in position? Oh, here we go, and it is Stargate play, so Yong is going to be going for the Stargate-based pressure. Now, will it be pure Phoenix, or will it be Void Ray? Void Rays have definitely fallen out of favor lately. It's much better sometimes. It's not particularly bad to go Void Rays, or to start with one, but the downsides of it, of course, are... the Void Ray is much slower, and they're generally really easily knocked away by Queens. The benefit of doing just Phoenixes is, of course, you're not devoting a whole lot of resources, not as much as you would if you had made a Void Ray, and you can very quickly get over there, pick off Overlords. If you catch the Zerg by surprise, you can probably pick off a Queen and a few drones as well. And then the Phoenixes are useful in the later game for picking up Infestors. It's all around good, and we are going to see pure Phoenix so far from Yong. We do have a Phoenix getting started over here at the bottom left. Yong now is getting up his sentry count. He's being very defensive, of course. If you're going Phoenix, you're not going to have a whole lot to rely on if the Zerg decides to come with a push. So you got to make sure to make a good chunk of units, especially sentries, the best defense. I'm just going to go on busy here really quickly, guys. Sorry about that. Always forget to. It's kind of a trait of mine. How about that? So Yong, of course, now has his sentries up. He's adding 3 gates behind us, so it's very standard. He's not investing too much, and he is hiding the Phoenixes until probably he's going to get 4 up, and of course 4 is the magic number for lifting and picking off a Queen with a single lift, thus maximizing the Phoenix efficiency. Zictamini getting a layer up behind this, just macroing, just playing it out very normal, and from what I've seen from Zictamini, he plays a great defensive game. He's going to be able to take that 4th once he knocks away the Stargate play. I mean, and we are going to see a Spire out from him. Now, he does have the Evolution Chamber out, of course. That does mean Spore Crawlers are a real thing very soon. He hasn't seen the Stargate, so he doesn't have necessarily the best defense at the moment. He has 3 Queens, which will quickly be picked off by the Phoenixes, and now we do have 4 Phoenixes that are going to be going out onto the map, and they're actually going to avoid any Overlord Scout. This is the closest Overlord Zictamini has for the Phoenixes. So they are going to be able to get up here and pick off this Queen immediately. That's probably what going to be Yong's going to be going for first, because it is the air defense, and of course it is a very vital macro part. Now we have 2 Spore Crawlers going up immediately. The Queen has been picked off, but he's going to be able to get a few drone kills with this before any anti-air comes in. Now he's going to be looking for a second Queen. Wants to save those energies, I guess, for that lift. He's going to pick that Queen off now. He's going to be able to get it before this Spore Crawler completes, and probably not going to be able to get the Queen in the 3rd unless Zictamini moves it out of position. Kind of wants to keep it close to the Spore Crawler there, pulled away a little bit, and actually looks like this 3rd Queen's going to go down as well. It's going to leave him with 0 Queens on the map. Zictamini quickly remaking all 3 of these Queens. However, Yong doing very good damage. Now he has 5 Phoenixes. He's going to be able to pick off some Overlords. Zictamini has creeped up the 3rd. He's got some Lings over here for a counterattack, but there's no way they're getting in through the front. And so far, the Phoenixes have done a good job. 700 resources lost for the Zerg and 0 for the Protoss. Now Zictamini going to be coming in with the Zerglings, but we do have the wall off. All the Sentries and Zealots are kind of caught out here. There's not a lot of anti-air. And the Phoenixes, meanwhile, are just going to be coming up here. They can pick off some Roaches. They can really slow down any counterattack measures that Zictamini is going to go for. And Yong's going to feel pretty good, but like this damage by no means guarantees victory or anything like that. We see that the 3rd base is very delayed by Zictamini's Overlord. No, he actually did add a Void Ray in there after the fact. That's a pretty interesting play there. Wants to use that to help defend against the Roaches. Since he can't get an Immortal out particularly quickly because he went for that Stargate first, he has a very heavy Zealot count, so it's going to be very hard to be aggressive with those. A few Corruptors out here for Zictamini, and he is going to knock away those Phoenixes. Quite a few Corruptors, as a matter of fact. 7 Corruptors are out, and now the Lynx and Roaches are going to descend. There's a heavy Zealot count here, so Yong might have a little bit of trouble holding this off. However, the Void Ray is in, but the Corruptors are going to be there to work on that. He is charged, but against 3 Corruptors, it's not going to be enough. This Void Ray is going to go down. Meanwhile, the attack happening at the front. A lot of Zealots in there. Really good force fields from Yong. He's going to trap in all the Zerglings against the Zealots. There's a good Roach count here, though, but here comes the Immortal. The best the Corruptors can do is corrupt as much as they can, but it looks like Yong is going to be able to knock this away with the help of his Immortal. Drone count right now, 70 probes to 65 drones in favor of the Protoss player. Of course, Zictamini did dump a lot of resources into that attack, and it did not really quite do what he wanted. If we take a look at the units lost tab, Protoss lost 1475, the Zerg with 2900, so it's definitely a pretty good advantage here for Yong. If you take a look at his vision, he has not seen this 4th base. And the Phoenixes are going to start working on these Overlords now. Of course, they can outrun these Corruptors easy, so as long as Yong is on top of his control, he shouldn't really worry about these Corruptors too much unless he gets cornered. And, doesn't want to fight. Going to take some free shots off. Meanwhile, the 3rd base has gone up. We have Infestors on the way for Zictamini, as well as a Hive, so it's a very fast Hive from the Zerg player for Western Wolves. And we'll see if Yang is going to be able to punish that. If we take a look at his vision. Right now, he is not aware of the hive. Is he aware of the infestation pit? No. Spire, of course, he is very aware of that, having seen the corruptors and having seen the Spire in general. And now we have Colossi on the way, so he could be going for a pre-hive push. But if he does wait for 3 Colossi, it might be very, very close. However, we could see Zictamini be very, very exposed. All 5 of these Phoenix still alive. Not one of them has gone down, but that might change there. One of the Phoenixes go down. Down to 4. And guys, I will get Starboard up after this next game. I apologize for that. We had a little bit of last-minute run-ins, but I'll get Starboard. Now we've got the good overlays and all that stuff, so hooray, hooray, hooray. Thanks to Insidia. Now, Yang is pulling back. He's going to wait for these Colossi. Of course, he's not going to push without Thermal Lance. Zictamini is getting that Spine Crawler wall up, and this is, of course, one of the best positions for a Zerg to be in, provided he can get those Broodlords morphing. If these Broodlords are morphing before, I'd say Yang can get over to Zictamini's half of the map, he's going to be in a pretty good position. Of course, he's already got Corruptors in the air. We have 5 Corruptors, I'm sorry. They're looking for those Phoenixes, trying to patrol, trying to look around, but not quite going to find them. Overlord here absolutely scouting everything, so he knows exactly what the opponent's army is made out of, and he, I believe he's also going to see this Colossus. Yes, he does. So he knows what's coming. He knows very likely that Yang is going to be coming with that pre-hive push, and that can be very scary. The Greater Spire, 40 seconds from completing. Why don't we take a look at our upgrades here? We have 2 Carapace, and I believe level 1 just starting now on the Lings, as well as Adrenal Glands, and we're going to see Adrenal finish before level 1, which is pretty interesting. Don't see that a whole lot. 4th base on the way here for Yang, and this is a very good decision from the Protoss player. Has he scouted the Hive yet? Okay, he has. So he knows that Zictamini is going for that Broodlord-based Broodlord Infestor army, and at this point he's not going to attack until he has it, so the Protoss is very comfortable taking that 4th base. 5th on the way for Zictamini as well. More and more Infestors. We have 6 on the map. 4 more is going to bring it up to 10. Math is pretty good, and that's going to be a very comfortable number for the Zerg to be in. And we're going to see the Lynx coming up here, looking for a 5th base, but Zictamini knows it's not there. And now the attack is going to come, so it's kind of a pre-hive push, as he's going to be coming in here with these Corruptors already on the field. Going to be very good against the Colossi. The Funkos go down, the Lings are going to go around the back. The force field's not preventing all of it, but is it going to be enough here? The Corruptor count is pretty heavy, only really taking out the Colossus there. Is Yang going to be able to clean this up? It looks like it. The Immortal's doing a huge job. He does knock that Nexus away. And he didn't lose any Corruptors, so... No, wait, no, did he? No, okay, no, he's morphing them into Broodlords now, so his Corruptor count is good. However, I don't know, he lost a lot there. We take a look at the units lost tab, we see that he is in a bit rougher position, and now Yang knows it is a perfect time to push. What's the Infestor count? 4, so he lost 6 Infestors. There is the big, costly loss there. However, he took down those Colossi. The push through the Spine Crawler is going to be a lot harder without being able to abuse the range. The Fungal goes down. The Phoenix is trying to do some damage to those Broodlords, and they're actually going to get chain fungled here, so they're not going to be able to lift the Infestors, and that's a shame because there's actually only 4 Infestors right now. They could actually lift all of them. However, he's also burning a lot of Fungals. So this attack, without being able to be fungled, is going to be much more powerful. And the Phoenixes actually do end up getting away. Zergling's going to surround that pylon, finish him off pretty quickly here. And Broodlords without fungal backup are actually not that good. They can get blinked under and picked off pretty quickly, and 10 count is pretty impressive, but they're actually getting whittled away by the Phoenixes. The force fields go down. Meanwhile, the Ling run-by is going to deny this 4th. Looks like Yang is going to have to cancel that. He's warping in to try to defend. No, the army is in there in time. The Phoenixes just trying to do whatever they can, and honestly, if they kill a Broodlord, yay. If they bait out Fungals, hooray. So it's a win-win situation for Yang. And now we have the Mothership on the way from our Protoss player from Clarity Gaming. Where is that Mothership? Are we in construction in the main? Yes, we are. The upgrades for the Protoss player are 2-1. We got level 3 weapons about to finish. If we take a look at the Zerg upgrades, Broodlords have the +1 on the way, and the Zerglings are currently at 1-2, I believe, if we take a look at that. Meanwhile, the Warp Prism has been chased away from the main. Zerglings getting up into the north and getting rid of that. Yet the Zerglings are on 2-1. The Mothership going to be coming out. Do we have Templar tech here for Yang? Is he going to be able to start working on that Archon toilet? If we take a look at his base, yes, the Templar Archives have completed. Now we have Archons in production, and this is going to be pretty deadly. Zictamini right now, he's got 8 Infestors, he's got 9 Broodlords. It's not the deathiest death ball that I have seen. I mean, the Zerg player is maxed and banked, which is a dangerous position for any opponent, but right now his army is not potentially as strong as Yang's once this Mothership comes out, which it is going to pop out just now. Here she comes. She has got that wide load sticker all over her because she is moving heavy freight. Yang taking a 5th base up at the north, and he's had denied this 5th hatchery with his Zealots, so he's actually going to be on even bases with the Zerg, soon to possibly be, the Zealots getting a little caught out there on move command. They are going to get picked off there. But the Zerg is going to be on even bases with the Protoss, soon to be behind a base, which is never a good position. It looks like the Broodlords are going to be coming in, breaking down that middle rock portion of the map, which opens up the attack path very much more for Zikdamini, but of course the same can be said for Yong. Now, where is that mothership? Where is she? She is sizable. I should not be missing her. There we go. She is cloaking. She's rallied over to the minerals over here. She's definitely going to want to get him with the army. Yong is almost enough energy for Vortex. The Ling's going to be coming up here, going for a counterattack, and with the Zealot Warping, probably not going to be enough. These Lings have Adrenal. They have 2-2. They are going to be knocked down. He gets there before the cannon start, so it's an interesting kind of role reversal here. The Zerg is counterattacking like crazy, trying to prevent the Protoss from pushing before he gets prepared, where usually you see it the other way around with a lot of Warp Prisms. In this case, the Speedling's taking place of that. Single Warp Prism on the map here for Yong. Really hasn't been able to do too much. Now, Zikdamini is coming in. He's going to be going for that fourth. Got to be so careful of the Vortex, though. This middle position is very, very vulnerable. It's hard to spread out properly when you're coming through this narrow choke. We have 12 Corruptors on the way. Zikdamini going to be using those to deal with the Mothership, try to snipe it down. And we have a Colossus on the way here, too. And, of course, Colossi not very useful versus, Broodlords. However, they burn Broodlings very well, and they also tend to zone out the Infestors, so that is why they are useful in a late-game army. Usually, a couple of them help to diminish the Broodlord damage. Now, Zikdamini's 5th base is finally going to be up and running here. His Infestors, rather, in position to deny any Zealot run-bys. However, Yong does have a couple down here that are going to get ready to go. This Warp Prism not being too active. Of course, Yong doesn't have any room and supply to warp in anyway. And now we do have the level 2 flyer attacks on the way for the Broodlords as well. Just trying to get every upgrade he can. Of course, if you can't max out your supply anymore, you're going to spend those money on upgrades to make your army stronger in any way possible. The Zealots coming in. They're actually going to get right on top of these Infestors. He's going to be forced to burn a Fungal on them. Does not kill an Infestor, though. At least not yet. And it looks like, yes, the Zerglings will clean it up. However, he's going to be coming down here, attacking into the 5th base. However, if the Fungals get laid down, but the Infestors are so isolated, a lot of them are going to go down. This is so bad for Zikdamini, and Yong can just retreat. However, does he really need to? The Mothership is in position. Is he going to get the Vortex down? Yes, he gets a lot of the Zerg army in there. A few Broodlords and almost all the Corruptors, the Archons, are going to go inside. There's a lot of Broodlords left on the field, but I don't think there are any Infestors. No, the Infestor count is currently 0. The Archon's going to be on top of everything. The blink is going to happen underneath the Broodlords, and now the Archon's going to be doing that damage, and everything in the Vortex is going to go down. The Archon's going to be put down rather quickly, but Zikdamini lost a huge amount of supply. 9 Infestors coming on the way now. The Mothership does get picked off. Then there's really not enough Stalkers to go for the blink. He could. He could do it. I think he might. But Zikdamini is in a really good position here. Of course, the Broodlords over open space really diminishes any chance for an offensive blink, but here it comes. A lot of Broodlings here, though. They're not getting burned away by the Colossi. There's still 7 Broodlords in the air. They are going to chase away those Stalkers. Take a look at the units lost out. We see the Zerg is very far behind after that Archon Toilet. Meanwhile, a Zealot Warpin in the main is going to start getting worked on by these Zerglings. Zikdamini covering all his bases, amazingly able to hold that attack after that Vortex went down. Vortex, I should say. And meanwhile, this Warp Prism is still going to be alive. A couple of Corruptors going to immediately come out and start chasing it. And somehow, we have sort of evened out. I mean, the Zerg is behind a little bit. The Broodlord count is not particularly intimidating. Of course, the more Broodlords you get, the more Broodlings you get down on the field. And that is what makes them very, very scary. Now he's going to be coming in, going for the 5th base. Yong is going to pull all of his probes, save them. He's going to sack the base. He's okay with this. He knows that the Zerg has been on 4 base for so long. And he certainly has an economic lead right now. Zerg down to 57 drones. Yong at 85 probes. Pretty high number. Which does explain, the relatively low army count. Army supply, however, is still in favor of the Zerg. Now the ton of Zerglings going to be coming up here. These are 2-3 Cracklings. They've got the speed, they've got the adrenal glands, and they're going to be taking down this Nexus very quickly. They decide to focus it down. Looks like they are just going to try to kill as many probes as possible. Not particularly relevant this late in the game. Of course, 79 probes is going to be plenty for 3 mining bases, and 2 mining bases at this moment. Meanwhile, the 6th base on the way for Zikdamini. And this is one of those long macro games. It's kind of what I expected. This is definitely Zikdamini's style of play. He's very comfortable in this position, and he's controlling it very, very well. Even after losing those Infestors, still being able to hold that push with a great Vortex was very impressive. The upgrades at 3-2 for Clarity Gaming's Yong. We got level 3 armor on the way. And we're going to be up on 6 bases pretty soon here for Zikdamini. His drone count is 56, though, and off of 3 mining bases, that's decent. Not exactly perfect, but with a half base, maybe it's not too bad. Now, do we have another Mothership for the Protoss? Yes, we do. Where is she? She has just come out fresh. She's got 74 energy right now. And this is a lot of Archons. We have 3 Colossi, which is a golden number for a late-game Protoss army, and a healthy chunk of Blinkstalkers, 24 exactly. However, Zictamini's army, 15 Broodlords. Now, that is the scary number. That's the point where once one of them fires, they have pretty much laid down force fields with their Broodlings. It's very hard to get by them. Yong's just going to bypass that entirely. Going to go down, deny this 6th base. Zictamini looks like he wants to catch Yong out on this side. Now, Yong can vortex these Broodlords, of course, but then he won't be able to get the Archons in there. Yong kind of getting pushed into a corner. Zictamini going to be coming from both sides. This is pretty good for the Zerg. Is the Protoss going to be able to deal with it? The Colossi dealing huge damage to the Lings and Broodlings. There, the Vortex goes down, catches about half those Broodlords, but is he going to be able to get the Archons into that toilet? Actually, there's not a lot left here to deny them. The Archons should be able to force their way in, but Yong's got to be quick about it. Doesn't matter. He's going to blink under the Broodlords, try to get a lot of them. The Infestors trapped in that vortex, making sure that the Fungals could not go down, but now they're out. The Fungals are going down. Zictamini's supply is diminishing, but so is Yong's. Doesn't have a lot of anti-air left. Only a few Stalkers here. The Broodlord count still pretty impressive with 11 Broodlords in the air and 5 Infestors behind them with how much energy? Not a lot. Maybe 2 or 3 Fungals on them all, and oh no, all the Stalkers are going to get Fungals. He's going to try to focus down as many Broodlords as he can, but is it going to be worth it? The units lost tab starting to even up now. Zictamini getting a very good trade here. The Colossi are certainly going to be picked off. More Stalkers being warped in the proxy pylon, very useful here for Yong, but the bank for the Zerg is actually getting eaten up, whereas the Protoss has a pretty good bank. He's getting under these Broodlords. I think he's going to be able to take them down with additional warp-ins. Zictamini fighting a very good fight, but the bank of the Protoss might prove to be too strong. And it looks like all the Broodlords are going to be taken out. Now, the supply is actually relatively even. The army supply is still in favor of the Zerg. He's bringing out a bunch more Infestors. We have Templar warping in here to make into Archons. Of course, using his massive gas bank to his advantage. Archon's very, very good when there's not a huge Broodlord count. Of course, when there are a lot of Broodlords, they get stopped up on the Broodlings. But without that, they are going to be very, very strong. However, we have 9 Infestors out now for Zictamini. 11 Infestors, actually. Fungals are going to be good. They're going to be especially good here. But this is a very, very beefy army. The Archons have a lot of HP. They're just going to be pushing through. What does Zictamini have? He's only got 600 minerals in the bank, producing a couple more Broodlords, but they're actually going to get picked off. The Archons right on top of that. The Infested Terrans are out, going to try to deal some damage, but the Archons murdering them as soon as they pop out of those eggs. Not a very long life for those Infested Terrans, even shorter than normal. The Infestor on top of this as well, 31 kills. He is an Executor. I think Yong is going to take this game. There's too many Archons. There it is, GG from Zictamini, and that is going to put the score 2-0 in favor of Clarity Gaming with a victory there for Clarity Gaming's Yong. He has 2 wins in this show match, and it looks like he is on fire right now. So, again, guys, let's score 2-0 for Clarity Gaming. I'm going to go work on getting our starboard up so that we can hopefully get some score going on. Again, sorry I was a little bit underprepared for this. Much apologies. It's going pretty smooth, though. I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing all right there. So it's going to be up to Western Wolves to pick. I'm going to throw some music on for you guys. I'm going to work on getting a starboard up, and we will meet back here for the next match. Alright, folks. Welcome back to the Clarity Gaming versus Western Wolves show match. And let me make sure I've got... That's, what am I looking for? The scoreboard up and running. There we go. And let me edit that second player's name. Of course, it is sort of... Alright, now that that is good to go, guys, we can get into this match. Spawning here in the bottom left, playing for Western Wolves, currently down 0-2. He is the blue Zerg player, sort of. And the red Protoss Clarity Gaming. Oh, I gotta swap these. There we go. He is Young, currently with 2 victories under his belt. And he is just on fire. Absolutely on fire. I'm gonna see if I can get his color correct. There we go. Alright, haven't used Starboard in a while, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry about that, guys. But now we got the score up. So, it's 2-0 in favor of Clarity Gaming. And, of course, Young has taken our last 2 victories. We're going to be here on Cloud Kingdom for this next match. And, again, this is a best of 9, so, of course, the first of 5 victories will take the series and be crowned winner of this particular show match. Oh, scoreboard, I lost you. Where'd you go? There you are, buddy. Now, we're here on Cloud Kingdom. Of course, this was sort of's map pick. We'll see if he has a particular plan for this game. Young has taken out Maro and Zik Domini, so that's a Terran and a Protoss or a Zerg player under his belt. If you missed the first game, Young won on Antigua Shipyard against Maro with a blink all in. Maro went out too far, actually within the first 8 minutes of the game, I believe, and all his Marines were picked off. He had to GG from there. The second game was an epic macro game on Daybreak that really, really well fought by both players. It came down to the wire, but Young was able to take it. It was a very, very light snowball effect. Young had good trades from the very beginning with the Phoenixes, and it eventually led to him being able to have a bigger bank. The Warpins led to victory as he was able to finish off the last of Zik Domini's Stalkers, or Broodlords, I should say. So now, he has his 3rd game on the way, sort of course, a dominant Zerg player for Western Wolves. Very, very strong. Currently getting his hatch blocked by Young. Of course, no reason not to do that, but he has the pool up now. Not quite late on the hatch, so not too big of a deal. He's going to be able to lay that down now. And, of course, Young wants to get his probe out of there before it dies because he wants to keep it on the field so he can scout later. Especially confirm that 3rd. Very important to do. The pylon is going to go up. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, is going to leave a hole in between the wall and the pylon based on where the probe came out, which I guess isn't a big deal. He's going to put a gateway here, so that's how he shoots through the wall. I was just a little, I guess, taken aback. I usually wall a different way, I guess it would say. So, but Young, way better than me, and I'm in no place to judge. I am only here to cast, and hopefully I'm doing a decent job. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Now, Young's going to be laying down his Photon Cannon, and he went for Stargate play on the last game. That was on Daybreak, of course. Cloud Kingdom, pretty much the best map there is. Everybody really likes this map. There's not too many balance complaints about it or anything like that, so if Young sticks with what he's comfortable, I know he really does like the Stargate play, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. But of course, you do want to vary it up every now and then. And yeah, I know there's slight Starboard issue, guys. I'm sorry. I'll get those fixed up after this game. I don't want to interrupt the current game for it. I can't predict where the players are going to spawn, so if I have to, I can swap the sides easily enough, but I can't swap the subbar text without retyping it. That would take us out of the game for too long. So apologies, guys. And yeah, let Insidia tell you everything, because he is an awesome mod, an awesome guy, incredibly talented graphics designer. He's definitely got it going on. So, any of you single ladies out there, I don't know if Insidia is available, but if he's not, I'm very sorry for you, because he'd be a good catch. Now, Young does have his 2 gases up, sort of, has his 3rd base on the way. Now, has Young scouted that? If we take a look at his vision, yes, he has. So, that's a very important piece of information for the Protoss player to have, because if they don't see a 3rd base, of course, they are very worried about some kind of incoming Roach Ling play, or maybe even Nidus or 2-base Metis, something like that. Of course, the latter much more uncommon, but it puts you on your guard. So seeing the 3rd base, Young is going to be a little bit more comfortable. If we take a look at Sword Of's vision, of course, he's got his Overlords in position. He's going to be able to sack this in and get a scout, and will he find the Stargate? We're going to have to see. The Stargate has gone down now in the top right of Young's base. And he went for Phoenix play last time. He did add a Void Ray in later, though, but that was likely a response to the incoming Roach attack. He didn't quite have the Immortal out in time, so he needed some kind of anti-Roach measure. Void Ray proves very good in that regard, so he got him out. Quickly died to Corruptors, but hey, at least a Void Ray can finally say he was relatively useful in a PvC in Wings of Liberty. Now, the Stargate will be finishing soon. Yang does have his 2 gases up, and sort of getting a few lings out here. Actually, we have 8 lings on the map, a little bit unusual. Might be able to force, probably not going to be able to force a force field out, actually, with a backup of the cannon and the sentry here. But he's going to be able to cover bases a little bit more. Of course, he has not seen the Stargate yet. We are going to see Phoenix play here from Yang. The lings are going to come in. And maybe, it could be a little bit meta. He reveals a higher ling count than normal. Maybe Yang thinks he's going to be going for me to play, and maybe he might be going for me to play. We are going to see the Roach Warren and Evo Chamber down, as well as the Lair. So very, very standard play here from sort of. Link's going to be retreating back into the base. The Phoenix count is going to get up to 2, and of course, once he's up to 4, Yang can come out and start doing that harassment. And now he's got his 4 gates as well. So will sort of be prepared? That is the question. He does have the Evo Chamber up and running, so he will be able to get those Spore Crawlers. The Queen count currently up at 3, not getting any extra to spread creep or anything at the moment, just getting the 1 creep tumor. Of course, normal, when you get your 3rd Queen up, you lay down the creep tumor because you can't quite support all the larvae that you have with that 3rd inject. And now the Phoenix count is going to get up to 4, which means that the pressure's going to be coming soon. Still hasn't seen the Stargate. This is going to be a total surprise to sort of. We have a few lings and roaches coming out. He's ready to deny any early 3rd base play, but with the Stargate play, your 3rd base is going to come out a little bit later. So the timing for this is going to be a little bit off for sort of. And actually, I don't think the Overseer saw those Phoenixes, so this is going to be a complete surprise, except the Zergling did see them. So now they've been revealed. Are we going to see Spore Crawlers going down? Yes, we have 2 going down, 1 in the 3rd, and looks like 1 in the natural. Link's going to be working on these rocks, but here come the Phoenixes, going to be able to pick off that Queen, and this is looking just like the beginning of the last game against Zictamini. Phoenix is coming up here, picking off a few drones, getting out of there before the Spore Crawler can finish. He really wants to get that Overlord. He should be able to get it. Yeah, that one is going to go down. And actually going to go for this one, too, if he micros properly. Yeah, as long as he just micros the Wounded Phoenix back. 2 Overlords down there for sort of. That is almost going to supply block him. And actually, we do have a Void Ray coming up. A lot of Roaches and Lings. And this is interesting here from Yang, using that Void Ray instead of a particularly rushed out Immortal to deal with any Roach Link plays. Very cool. He's going to pick up this Queen. Actually does not manage to get the kill. Must have been a late fire there on that 1 Phoenix. Infestation Pit on the way. He is going to scout that Macro Hatch up for sort of. So he knows that it's going to be a huge flood of units. And in fact, they're right out there. They're not at his front door, but they're kind of on his patio. Not going to be the most welcome guests, but we're going to see what the welcoming committee can do for them. As he's going to be coming up right now. Sort of is surrounding with the Zerglings. Actually, no force fields going off here. Those are pretty good ones, but we have a lot of Roaches here. This 1 sentry amazingly surviving. I cannot believe it, but how long is it going to last with these Roaches and versus Zealots here? Doesn't do particularly well. Now, if these Roaches get back here onto the creep, that's going to be a good situation. And Yang actually only loses 1 sentry with the backup of the Void Ray and the Stalkers. This is going to be relatively easily deflected. And the creep is going to be knocked away pretty quickly as well. We're going to see our Nexus go up relatively soon. The 4th base for sort of is up and running, and we're seeing the Infestors come out too. So pretty similar styles for the 2 players from Western Wolves. Although the Macro Hatch was, I believe, a bit of a deviation there. Phoenix is going to come in and try to see what damage they can do. They will be able to get that Overlord should they decide to pop back out there. A couple more drones going down. He has killed 8 so far. Pretty good. And he hasn't lost a Phoenix. Keeping that count at 5. Not producing anything else out of the Stargate at the moment. Doing very, very good damage. And again, those units lost tab. Much in favor. Roach is going to be coming in. And one of them is not going to go down. He survives with 5 HP. That Roach needs to burrow and regen. Oh, I thought he was going to go down, but he is a lucky, lucky Roach. Spore Crawler here preemptively. So, going to knock away these Phoenixes relatively easily. We got the 1-1 on the way for sort of. And now what is Yang moving into? Well, he's getting his Twilight, of course. Very good follow-up. You want to get those upgrades. Changeling did come here and scout everything. So we have Thermal Lance, we have Colossi on the way. Yang playing the exact same game he played last time, and so far it is working out very well. Now with 14 workers killed, does not want to get Chain Fungled though. That would be a pretty big loss. He didn't lose those Phoenixes almost the whole game last time. Now, sort of is getting that Infestor count up. How are we looking Hive-wise? Okay, we do have the Hive on the way. Do we have a Spire? Yes. Where is that boy planted down? There we go, right there behind the main Hive. If we take a look at Yang's vision, he has not scouted, actually hasn't even scouted the lair, but obviously the lair is out. But he has not scouted the Hive. However, that was kind of the last thing that happened in the game against Zictamini, so it's not too big of a deal. Colossi going to be protecting the front. I really like the unit splitting here from Yang. Very good. But sort of, I mean, he's just getting into that comfortable position where Zergs tend to be. And Cloud Kingdom, it's not as... There's not as many positions you can get good Overlord or Broodlord positioning. There's not a lot of dead airspace where Stalkers can't blink under or Vortexes aren't going to bother being laid. So he's going to have a bit of a harder time than his teammate Zigdomini had on Daybreak if we get into the same sort of situation as we had last game. Now the Greater Spire has completed. We have a couple Colossi out, Thermal Lance done, with the upgrades for Yong looking good. Now, how are we looking on Fleet Beacon? Has that been laid down quite yet? No, it has not. So he's going to be going, again, for the pre-hive push. It wasn't able to be pushed out last time because of the pressure from Zigdomini. But in this case, Yong is going to be the aggressor. The Zerg army is in position. However, the Phoenixes quickly come out, pick off the Zerg at the tower to make sure that the army is not scouted. Yong is moving out now. This is a very, very deadly push. He's almost max. He's got 1-1, level 2 weapons soon to finish. A good spread. Oh, he picks up the Infestors. He's going to be able to deny a lot of Fungals because of that. And now the Force Field's going down, going to deny a lot of the Infestors as well. And a lot of Roaches and Zerglings getting picked off. This is the deadly pre-hive push. Those Phoenix lifts, so useful in this particular attack. Now the Stalker's going to blink ahead. And very good trades there for the Protoss player. You can see in the Units Lost tab that he is doing a very good job. Now, he's moving into the Spine Claws. Are just going to pop. There's not really the most deadly wall, though. The Fungals are going to go down on those Stalkers. And the Corruptor's going to try to quickly pick off these Colossi here. Good focus fire from Sort of. Not going to bother wasting shots on those Phoenixes, but the Protoss army looking very, very scary. We have a remax of Lings and Roaches, though, but Blink Micro of Yong looking very good. Is he going to be able to take out Sort of right here? Is this push going to work? He really wants it to. I don't believe we have a Fleet Beacon behind us. If we take a quick look at the map, no, he's just Chrono Boosting the absolute crap out of his gateways to go for it. He's going to pick off the 4th base. Going to drop, sort of, back down to 3 bases. And now Yong is just blink markering his heart out. And now this is a very defensible position for sort of. But what is his Infestor count? Only 3 Infestors. We can get one Fungal out on this ramp, but that might not be enough to hold it. Yong continuing to warp in more Stalkers. He's going to be coming up here now. The Immortal doing serious work on these Roaches. The Fungal's pretty good from sort of, but the problem is he does not just have enough of them. And the Stalker count might be too much. However, we do have a single Broodlord morphing in. We do have 2 on the field. They're going to try to do some damage, but without that Infestor backup, they just are not as strong. There is not the barrier between them and the enemy units. And Yong continuing to mass up the Stalkers. Now we have a Proxy Pylon. We're going to have Zealots coming in from the side. This engagement is working very well for the Protoss, sort of. Starting to push him back, though. He's got a lot of units here. The Broodlord's dealing pretty free damage from the back. There's just not a lot of them. Is he going to be able to knock this back? Sort of getting very close. The Infestors hanging out in the mineral line, saving them very, very nicely. And oh my god, I cannot believe it. I think sort of is going to push this back for the moment. His supply is starting to climb up. Yong continuing to push here, and this is a pretty big investment for Yong. If this doesn't work, he's not going to have the Fleet Beacon attack. He's not going to have a Mothership on the way, and he's going to need that to deal with any heavy Broodlord count. The Blink Stalker's doing the best they can. 2-1 to the 1-2 upgrades of his opponent, and with these Proxy Pylons picked off, it's going to be a little bit harder for Yong to push in and try to do what he can, but he's still going to go for it. Really wants to do this damage. He's not adding on a Fleet Beacon behind us. He really wants this attack to work. The Stalker's doing serious damage. Still got... Actually, no Broodlords in the... Oh, no, how many Broodlords in the air? No, absolutely none. And we just have actually 27 Stalkers and a single Observer for Yong. However, he did pick off this 4th base. He's trapped his opponent onto a 3-base economy, probably for quite a while, considering how low that the Infestor count is. He's not going to be able to deny Blink run-bys very much. We do have some more Infestors coming out now, though. And now, what are we going to see from Yong? He is continuing to produce Colossi. And as long as the Broodlord count doesn't get unmanageable, Colossi, this army without a Mothership, is still going to be very useful. He's going to lay down a 4th base, and it's going to be very important for sort of to try to deny this. Meanwhile, he's getting down a 4th and 5th base of his own. Is he aware of that base going down for Yong? Yes, he is. He's got full-on vision of that, so he wants to deny that. However, he knows he's got the tech advantage. He saw how much Yong poured into that attack, and we still don't have a Fleet Beacon from Yong, so it looks like he's just going to go for the Colossus tech victory. Is it going to be enough, though? Going to be a little bit scary. The Units Lost tab evened out a little bit. It was much more in favor of the Protoss before that engagement, but it was still very much in favor of Yong from Clarity Gaming. And now sort of here, going to come around, clean up all the proxy pylons. What is our Broodlord count? We are still at 2. We have a few Corruptors coming in. Of course, the Zerg had to dump a lot of resources into holding off that push, so he doesn't have quite the bank necessary to get that huge Broodlord army up. And I really wish Yong were throwing down a fleet beacon right now, because he's going to need that tech. It's going to be very important. It's just going to be tough. You can definitely deal with a smaller Broodlord count without it, but, I mean, sort of is definitely in position, once he gets this mining up, to get those Broodlords. Right now he can't afford them, though, and Yong is going to be pushing out now. Here it comes. This could be very deadly. The army supply in favor of the Zerg player upgrades 2-1. They are remaining the same. Level 3 is about to finish here for Yong, and by about to, I mean, it's about 40 seconds away, so if we can delay this push for just a little bit. However, delaying that will put 7 Broodlords on this field, and that is a scary number. That is where Pure Stalker Colossus just might not cut it. However, he's going to take down a lot of workers here. The drone count down to 63 for sort of. He's going to be bringing these infestors up here. Got to be very, very careful with these Broodlords. One blink under, and it could be all over. Here comes the reinforcing arm. The engagement is going to happen here. The Fungals not quite going down. And where are the rest of those Broodlords? We've got 4 right here. We do have 7 on the field. They are trying to catch up. They are relatively slow, but now he's actually just going to blink ahead. The Fungals do not get laid down. The Broodlord's kind of safe in the back, though. Is he going to be able to pound through these Stalkers? Colossi dealing good damage. Of course, the blink cooldown has not yet finished for Yong, so he's not going to be able to do that blink micro back, taking pretty heavy losses there. However, the units lost tab still in favor of the Zerg. Or of the Protoss, rather. Zerg a little bit behind. But the Zerg has the superior tech. How many infestors? 5 infestors. How much energy? We've got maybe 5-6 Fungals here. That is definitely enough to deal with this army. But is he going to be able to do it? Yong's Blink Micro quite good here. Looks like this hatch is completely taken out. So now back on 4 base. Yong is mining off of 4. But again, that tech is still very far behind. And he's actually going to get his Colossi caught here. Not the best angle to deal with Broodlords. Very good for sort of. But we got to remember, sort of, only on 4 bases here. We have a ton of reinforcing Stalkers. This could be a sandwich. This could be pretty bad. The Stalkers are going to blink in right on top of the Infestors. We've got a lot of forces above and below these Broodlords. And oh no, the pincer attack. I think it's going to take out these Broodlords. There's not enough Fungals to go around. A lot of Broodlings here. The top army is going to get cleaned up. The Stalker count pretty low here for Yong, but it looks like he's going to have enough to deal with these Broodlords. The Colossi, oh, the Stalker's blinking back, leaving these Colossi a little bit exposed. And just barely hangs on there. Yong's bank, not the best right now. Actually doesn't even have Templar tech, so he can't remax with Archons or anything like that either. Yes, no Templar Archives. He's pushed Yong back into a corner, and with a Ling remax, he's going to be able to finish off the Colossi and the Stalkers. Yong evened up that units lost tab. He's going to blink ahead here, but he's got to be very careful. How many Fungals do we have here? Actually, only 1 with these Infestors here, but you still can't deal with all of these Zerglings. They do have Adrenal Glands. They are on 2-2. They are very scary. Yong on 3-1 now. Now the Templar Archives is on the way. It is so crucial to get this tech up. And obviously you see that Yong has a large gas bank. If he was making that in Archons, it'd be very good, but focusing on the micro, on the battles at hand, took priority. He's got 1 Brood Order in the air, sort of does. 19 Roaches, 7 Infestors. And Yong operating purely on Stalkers. 21 Stalkers here. He's got a little cannon back up. The Templar Archives is going to finish now, so he can warp in a bunch of Archons. Actually going to be really good. That's pretty and really against these Zerglings and Roaches with the low Broodlord count. The Archons are warping in. Again, 3-1 upgrades. So if you take a look at the Roaches, they are on 1-2. The Lings on 2-2. And here comes the attack. Sort of. That Broodlord gets very exposed. 1 more shot is going to take him down. There's actually the only Broodlord he had. It's pure Roachling Infestor. It's almost like a mid-game push here, except for the Archons. Is it going to be enough? I don't know if Sort of can break this base. This might have been a preemptive push here with not enough Broodlords. All the Roaches are going to get taken out, and he can just blink ahead and work on these Infestors as well. The energy is actually all down. There's only 1 Fungal in all of these Infestors. He's going to drop it on those Archons. They're going to get picked off relatively quick. A good use of the Fungal there. He's trying to remax on a bunch of Lings. Neither of these players has a very good bank right now. The Zerg has a lot of gas, but he can't quite spend it. Yong is just pushing in. I think his army might be too much. He's taking out all of these Infestors as well. Fungal's trying to get dropped down. These Stalkers are very weak. The Lings might be able to help, but we do have a Colossus backing this up as well, and they're going to deal with those Lings very, very easily, as well as the Archon. Sort of here. It's a very close game, but Yong now does have the advantage supply. Doesn't have a bank, though. This is kind of the only army he's got to work with. Sort of knows he does not want to engage that, particularly with Pure Ling. He's going to go for the counterattack. Yang going to take out that base, and with some Zealot Warpins, he's going to do pretty well against these Zerglings. It's a relatively even match, but he's going to need a lot more Zealots to deal with them. He can take out this 4th base. The 4th base for sort of has been up and running for quite a while, of course, and he hasn't taken those gases because he really doesn't need them. We see there's a lot of gas in the count there for the Zerg. Yang completely on the other side of the map. Another Infestor goes down. This base is going to get taken down. With the Colossi and cannons here, that is pretty much going to be it for that Zergling counterattack. 65 probes remaining, 58 drones for sort of. And I apologize if I've called him Zictamini at some point, because I definitely did. And now Young's coming out here with a pretty scary army. 84 supply to 66. We've got 3-1 upgrades. It's a very strong army. He's going to blink right into those Zerglings, take out a few of them for free, and when sort of has no bank, almost no income, that's a pretty big deal. This is his only remaining mining base. Only a few mineral patches here. They're going to be gone in just a moment. All these drones going to get taken down as well. Yang making a very bold push here. There's a lot of Lings and a few Roaches, but with 3 Colossi here, it doesn't look like this army is quite going to be able to stand up to it. He blinks right on top of it. GG! Yang taking 3 straight games for Clarity Gaming. This is a best of 9, guys, but there's going to be another tally there. I'm going to fix our starboard. We're going to get into our next game very soon. Guys, my name is Word. If you're enjoying the cast, please follow the channel, and of course, be sure to visit Clarity Gaming at all of their social media. We're going to get our next game real soon. I'm going to throw on some music. I'm going to fix any scoreboard issues that we have, and we'll be back with higher production value and more awesome games. All right, everybody, we are back and live with our show match, and joining me is Promise.
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry for being late. I just came back from class, but it's better to be here than to never be here, I guess.
That is absolutely true, and I'm glad to see you here.
Nice, man. So, Yong, apparently 3-0 so far in this clan war against Western Wolves. I heard they were some pretty crazy games.
Yeah, he is absolutely tearing it up so far.
Nice.
Now, we are going to be in this game. I'm going to switch up the overlay real quick. So, Promise, if you will take away the introductions. Yeah.
Cool. So, on the bottom right side, we have our blue Protoss player. It's going to be Western Wolves Starnin. And his opponent, spawning in the upper left side, we have our red Protoss player. Currently has 3 wins in this show match. It is the Korean Protoss himself. It's Clarity Gaming's Yong.
That is absolutely right. He is on fire this show match. Really doing well. He's taken out a Terran in Morrow and taken out Zik Dominion, sort of, both very good Zerg players. So this is going to be our first PvP of the evening. We are going to be here on Ohana, which was, of course, Starnan's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about Yong's style in PvP. He's kind of a guy that likes to be aggressive, but at the same time, he has a whole bunch of styles. He can play macro. He can even pull something like a Dark Shrine off of a 1 base and, just straight up try to go for the win. But Starnin, European Protoss players, they have a tendency to play a lot of Blink. Some players like to go into Phoenix, and this map actually one that is very good for Blink. So we'll have to see what kind of style he decides to show us, but definitely going to be a pretty close match in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. PvP, there's just a lot of possibilities. The Phoenix play is kind of one of the more popular things because generally the only thing it will lose to is an unscouted Dark Templar rush, and you're pretty good at scouting when you got the Phoenix. You can go all over your opponent's base and all over the map, so unless it's proxied, you're in trouble. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Phoenix play, especially considering how good Yong's Stargate control is.
Yeah, I mean, build orders so far, everything's looking pretty similar for both players. Gateway coming down around the same time for Starnin as well as for Yong. Gas is coming up, and the thing we're going to have to look out for here is definitely going to be the second gas. If they take a second gas, it's obviously going to be some sort of tech, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Yong. And, I mean, Phoenix is a good option, but I also think, like, if Yong decides to go for a very aggressive Blink build, and Starnin some way, somehow goes for a quick Phoenix, something like a 1-gate, into straight Stargate, he can really lose to a very solid timing if Yong decides to hit it. But there's a second gas coming down, and it's a little bit later. If you're going to go for Phoenix, you're usually going to be going gas sometimes even before your Cybernetics core. So I have a feeling it's still very possible, but I have a feeling it might be some sort of Twilight or Robotics coming out from Starnin.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. For the exact same reasons you said, the gas is a little bit later. And, of course, Yong, with his earlier gas, has a wealth of options before him. And if he does go for Blink, I mean, he has very bold blinks. We saw in his games versus Zik Dominion, sort of. He's very decisive, picked his battles pretty well. So Blink would definitely be a good choice. You're going to have to agree on that. Looks like Starnin is going to be going for... he's getting the second gateway up. He's going to get a couple Stalkers out very quickly. And, of course, you want to get these for map control, deny any probe scouting, and, of course, see if you can see what's going on in your opponent's base as well if they happen to let you in. A lot of the times, if you skip that sentry, those Stalkers can walk right in.
Yeah, really good points. And that second gateway coming down from Starnin really has me thinking he's going to be going for the quick 3-Stalker rush. It's very good for controlling watchtowers, getting a little bit of map control, denying any sort of quick 4-gate if Yong was doing that. But Yong is going Zealot Sentry, Chrono boosting another Sentry, and a a Robotics facility. So he's going to go for a little bit more of a defensive build. He's going to try to probably crank out an Immortal, maybe even before an Observer, in case his opponent's going for any early Stalker aggression. But Starnin at this point, just getting the Stalkers, and we're going to have to see what kind of tech. Is it going to be Twilight, or is it going to be some sort of Robotics?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Right now, so far, Starnin is going to get some map control with these Stalkers. He's got the 3 out. He's going to go work on it. And sorry about the starboard, guys. I'm going to try to fix that in just a second here. Doing everything kind of on the fly now. But now the Stalkers are going to pick off that probe, so that's one less thing that Starnin has to worry about. He knows that no proxy pylon, or at least for the moment, is not going to be placed down. Could be placed down for all he knows, but right now Yong behind this, getting 3 gateways, getting that robo. It's pretty defensive play. You can see by the high sentry count.
Yeah, you can go ahead and fix the starboard. I can talk for a little bit if you want. Word.
Mm-hmm.
So far, yeah. I mean, you kind of nailed it. Looks like Starnin going to be a little bit aggressive here, moving across into the natural expansion of Yong. Force field going down, and Starnin. I really like this move because at this point, Yong is going to be assuming it's maybe some sort of early 3-gate pressure, maybe even some sort of a Blink all-in coming out from Starnin. But behind it, the blue Protoss is just going straight into an expansion, going to add a Robotics facility of his own. But the thing here is Yong is going to have quicker Immortals compared to Starnin. And I have a feeling that, you know, Starnin's going to have an advantage economically if he can keep the expansion up, but Yong at the same time is just going to take an expansion of his own. So both players really gearing up for openings to defend each other's early timings. Nothing is going to happen anytime soon, and it looks like it's just going to be some sort of a macro PvP game here.
Yeah, and that's something I really like. Macro PvP, so much depends on positioning, so much depends on how to pick your battles, and it's just really impressive to see. We see Starnin is going really defensive. We see he's got 4 sentries now, and of course Yong could come out here. He's got the Immortals quicker. He could do a somewhat decent timing if he gets a couple of Immortals if his opponent's unprepared. But Starnin with the extra sentry shouldn't have to worry about that, so he shouldn't have a problem holding this Nexus. Pro count 32-27, and of course he's got that double Nexus production. And then behind this, Yong continue to produce Immortals, but we do have the Colossus tech on the way. So yeah, just macro style, these guys are sitting back, and Ohana PvP, I like it because it's generally better to get maybe 8 or so Colossi and then stop and start moving into more Archon heavy situation because you can't generally get the good concave that you can get on some other maps. So if these players decide to go for those varied late game armies, it's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, usually in these kinds of situations, sometimes even see like a 3-base against a 3-base in PvP, just because it's such a volatile matchup. You don't know if you're supposed to be attacking or you're supposed to be expanding. You sometimes even see Warp Prism harassed while you're taking a 3rd expansion behind it. But something I want to note that's really important here is Yong, even though he has a later expansion compared to Starnin, his tech is a little bit more quicker. He has the Robotics Bay already completed, but he's not going Colossus. He's actually going to go for some Immortal drops, and Starnin throwing down the Robotics Bay as well, a little bit later compared to Yong. But I have a feeling this is going to be Colossus play coming out from Starnin instead of Warp Prism. We'll have to see what he decides to do.
Yeah, those Warp Prism versus Warp Prism matches can get pretty crazy. But Yong here, I mean, I like this decision. I thought it was a little bit unusual that he went right for that second Immortal, and now we know why. He's going to be going for the Speed Prism drops. Right now we can already see that Starnin has a couple of vulnerable pylons, and of course you got to worry about those Immortals getting in your mineral line. The thing about Immortals, they are not easy to kill, and oh my goodness, Starnin is actually researching Warp Prism speed.
Yeah, man, this is going to be crazy. So both players not deciding to go into any quick Colossus play. They're both just researching the Gravatic Drive, which of course the speed boost here onto the Warp Prism. But Yong's going to have it a little bit quicker. He's going to start his harassment a little bit sooner as well. Already has some Stalkers perimetered around the bases. His main, his natural, even has a few sentries to be able to defend against any kind of early Warp Prism. Now the Forge is coming down from Starnin. We're going to see the Immortals drop into the main base, and Yong actually will be able to lift up, but Starnin, really, really good map awareness, immediately warps in some Zealots, has some Stalkers try to focus it down, and that's the problem, man. You see so many Protoss players warp in some Stalkers. You're definitely going to need some Zealots because Immortals just tear through Stalkers.
Yeah, it's that kind of dilemma where you want to warp in Stalkers to knock away the Warp Prism, but if it gets anything down on the field, any of those Immortals, your Stalkers are going to be toast very, very quickly. It's going to drop in again now. Going to try to get that pylon. There he goes. Managed to cancel that Warp in. The Warp Prism going to get away, taking a little bit of HP damage. And now Starnin's Warp Prism going to be coming up the south side, but it's going to be met with 4 Stalkers.
Yeah, Yong already knows something's coming on, and Starnin thinking again, it's not the best move right now to just run the Warp Prism straight into 4 Stalkers. Smart choice here, just pulling back, maybe come back another day. But production tab for our players, Colossus is now going to be the transition, very standard. If you look at the units count, both players do have 1 Colossus each. Now Starnin going up to a 2nd robotics facility, and he's going to be double producing Colossus, and that's going to be a lot of gas, man. And Yong is still only on 1 robotics facility. He's going to add a Forge for himself. And Yong just needs to scout this out, needs to confirm that his opponent is committing to Colossus, and possibly even just throw down a 2nd robotics facility of his own, or even just take a 3rd expansion. We'll have to see what he decides to do.
Yeah, it's going to be his choice to play his style. Now, Starnin going to drop in here. You're going to be able to pick off a pylon. What you really, really wish you could do with these Warp Prisms is pick off any lone Colossi. Yong going to keep his Colossus tight with his army to make sure that doesn't happen. But when it does happen, it is a big deal, and it's a very real possibility. Yong going to be trying to come into Starnin's base now as well, but he is going to get pushed away by the defensive units of Starnin. And now these Warp Prisms are just going to kind of float around the map looking for a place to belong. But both these guys are pretty well defended.
Yeah, this is just so back and forth, man. I mean, Yong is trying to find an angle to go in the main. Same thing going on for Starnin, but the thing here, Starnin is going to take a 3rd expansion, and this is actually a smart choice. Going double robotics facility, you're going to have more Colossus against someone that's going 1, but Starnin going to drop into the natural here, and Force Field's going down. Starnin needs to lift up these Immortals, and there we go. But at the same time, now we're going to see Yong going to spot the 3rd expansion of Starnin. Going to warp in a few Zealots to try to focus down the Nexus. Starnin going to be on top of it. Immediately sends his whole army to take care of it. But back to my point, the third Nexus, a little bit greedy. Yong's going to go ahead and force a cancel for Starnin. but he has double robotics facility. He can afford to outproduce Colossus until his opponent transitions into Colossus or double Robo Colossus of his own. And Starnin, I think, at this stage, if he can keep the third up, he's going to be in a good position, but Yong is going to take a third of his own. So both players very, very passive at this stage.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched. I mean, it's the most mirror of a matchup we can see right now with both of them going for the speed prison drops. We see the +1 is on the way. Yong's quite a bit ahead. Or not, I'm sorry. We got the +2 on the way for Starnin, so Yong's a little bit behind of Starnin's. But he does have his Twilight Council up, so he will be able to catch up relatively soon with those Chrono Boosts. Going for Zealot Charge, so he's going to add those charge lots in. Very useful in late-game PvP. It looks like the Immortal Drop was denied there for Starnin. And he's just going to be going for that late-game Aria with the Zealots, Archons, and Colossi, and it's very scary.
Yeah, and this is kind of the point where we start transitioning from Colossus into more Archons and charge lot focused play. Now, usually you would see someone go like 6 Colossus, which is kind of the magic number, I guess you can say. Some people like to go even up to 7 or 8, and then start chrono boosting Immortals and transition directly into what I mentioned before, which is Archons. Now, if you look at the units count, we see Starnin actually has a pretty high advantage when it comes to Colossus. 7-4. Both players have a pretty even amount of Stalkers, good amount of Zealots and Immortals as well. And production tab, we're definitely going to be seeing the transition here coming out from Yong. There's the Templar Archives, but I still have a feeling that, I mean, the Colossus count is in the favor of Starnin, and the transition for Yong is going to be good and great, but I think, like, in this stage, you need to have at least the same amount of Colossus as your opponent.
Yeah, it's really going to depend when Starnan decides to attack, because, I mean, if he sits back and allows Yong to get a decent Colossus count, once you get too many Colossi, at a certain point, they just end up getting stuck in the back, they end up not firing, especially against a defensive Protoss who's at a third base. And then the Archons and Zealots actually do suck up quite a bit of that damage, so Yong is going to have, like, a stronger all-around army, but it's going to be much more vulnerable for quite a while until he can get a decent Zealot and Archon count up. Starnan looks like he might be moving out, going to the center of the map.
Yeah, he's moving out with 159 supply to 171 supply. We're going to have to see how each player is going to position their units. This is just going to be Battle of the Worlds with these Colossus, man. I mean, they both need to split. Archon's already on the map for Yong. I'm not really too sure if Starnin's going to commit. Maybe he just wants to control the Watchtower, but we are going to see... I mean, if he gets a forward pylon or keeps the Warp Prism alive, it's definitely going to be a sign that he's going to push forward, and he's going to move now. Yong's going to spot it with the Zealots controlling his side of the Watchtower. Now Yong needs to split his army, warping in some units. Charge is complete. Charge is not complete yet for Starnin, and I have a feeling once that finishes, he might be going here for some sort of a timing.
Yeah, probably waiting for that upgrade to finish. We see the +2 is done for both these players. We have +1 armor on the way for Yong, whereas we have +3 weapons on the way for Starnan. Mostly in PvP, the Protoss players tend to favor the damage output because battles happen very, very quickly, and survivability is not necessarily what you're looking for. But with the high Zealot count for Yong, it's reasonable for him to go for the armor. Now he's going to kill the Zealot so he can squeeze one more Archon in to this army, and he's going to be maxed out. Starnan a little bit behind, but he's kind of controlling the aggression here.
And we're seeing a Warp Prism in the main base being dropped right now for Starnin. Yong's basically maxed, so he can only warp in like 2-3 Zealots. And it looks like Yong might be going for an attack. He has a good amount of Archons, good amount of Colossus. Starnin spots this, immediately pulls back, knowing that that's a pretty scary and intimidating army coming out from Yong. And Starnin taking a 4th, and the pylon from Yong gonna spot it. And this greediness, Yong is telling Starnin, no, this is not gonna happen. You are not gonna take a 4th expansion. Immediately forces Starnin to take a cancel on that Nexus. And now we're stuck on 3 base against 3 base again. Now Yong, I still feel, because he forced that cancel, he's definitely going to have map control because his army is actually in the center of the map.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the presence on the map right now. We see the Colossus count is even for these players. The upgrades, soon level 3 is going to finish, but for a small moment, Yong does have that +1 armor advantage. If we see the Zealot count is 18-5, and of course we have a relatively even Archon count. Starnan only behind by 1. Now we have the, looks like the Warp Prism has been cleaned up in the main, and Yong is getting ready to push, but you gotta be careful. When you're pushing against a defensive Protoss, you are walking into a concave, and that generally tends to favor the concaver, not the concavee.
And here it goes. Yong doesn't even care. He doesn't even want to go in the third. He wants to march his way into the natural, and that's actually a really good position for Yong. These Archons tearing through all the Zealots. Charges, of course, done for both players, and now we're going to see the Colossus attack right into each other, and I feel that, you know, Starnin has a good position, but Yong is actually running back these Zealots, and Starnin actually looks like he's going to win this engagement.
Yeah, the defensive advantage for Starnan, huge. The Zealot warp in there, really pushing back these Colossi. Yong isn't warping in anything to defend these Colossi. It's likely with the Immortal drops that they're actually all going to go down. Starnan pursuing them. He's going to drop the Immortals behind him, do a ton of damage, and this is a massive loss for Yong. The resources lost tab, almost 5,000 in Starnan's. And there it is, GG. Really That's going to be the first victory for Western Wolves. Very, very well played game. So Yong is actually finally going to be knocked out here by WW Starnan. That was a very good game. I cannot believe they both went for the Immortals. It was crazy, but Starnan was just a little bit better at deflecting the damage, even better at dealing it, managing to take out the Templar Archives in Yong's base, slowing him down a little bit, and his position was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, that's kind of what you see in PvP a lot. You would think that your opponent's going to be going for a robotics facility and the robotics bay, and he's just going to go make Colossus, but all of a sudden, you have one of them going Immortals and War Prisms and the other person doing the same exact thing, and it becomes a battle of harassing the economy, trying to out-expand your opponent, as well as continuing to be on top of your upgrades and developing your tech into Archons and continuing to constantly produce Colossus. And in this game, even though Yong was transitioning quicker into Archons, it was definitely a questionable decision for him to go straight into the natural. I mean, he knew that his opponent's army was all in the third base, but I mean, it's definitely something you do. You see a lot of players just make their way into the natural, and then all of a sudden the person that was defensive just loses his own army. But Starnan spread his Colossus really, really nicely, had a very good concave, and overall just won the game. So Yong gets eliminated, and I believe now it's 3-1 for Clarity Gaming.
3-1, that is right. So we're going to see who Clarity is going to put up next. This is a best-of-9 show match, guys. Of course, the first of 5 will take the victory. Starnan going to be on deck for Western Wolves. We're going to see who Clarity brings out. We'll get to the match real soon, guys. I am Word. Casting with me is Promise. Hope you're enjoying it so far. This match could go on for quite a while, or we could be done relatively soon, depending on how each of these players perform. So we're going to be in that next match very soon. We'll see you soon. Alright guys, we're here. We are back into our lobby. And obviously the score currently 3-1 after Starnan took the first victory for Western Wolves.
And it's another PvP word.
Another PvP. A Metropolis, no less. I actually don't see a lot of PvPs on here. So I'm not excited.
You're definitely going to see something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, spawning here on the upper right, the player for Clarity Gaming, the Blue Protoss, he is Siphon.
And his opponent in the bottom left side of Metropolis, as we mentioned, it is going to be the guy who just took out Yong in a pretty cool PvP on Ohana. Western Wolves' Starnan.
Yep, so we're going to see, obviously, Starnan's PvP quite good, but the same could be said for any really good player, and Siphon is one of those really good players, guys. Here at PvP on Metropolis, it's like I said, I haven't seen a lot of it. It's interesting, but, I mean, if there's a macro map out there, it certainly is Metropolis.
I agree, but I'm going to throw it out there, Word. I am going to predict that Siphon is going to go for a one-base Blink build. That is my prediction.
One-base Blink for Siphon?
Well, the reason for me saying that is I've seen him play a lot of practice games with the other Clarity Protoss players, specifically on this map, and he really wanted to work out Blink. Now, he does do Phoenix here as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound like a complete fool if he decides to go for, like, I don't know, like a robotics facility or a Twilight Council or Stargate, something completely different from what I'm saying. But that's going to be my prediction. So we'll have to see. So far, it's just a gateway coming down for Siphon, gateway coming down from Starnan. Both players are, in fact, going to scout, which is... you know, sometimes you see people not even scout in PvP, but this is a pretty big map, so definitely cool to see both players go ahead and send out a probe to get some scouting information.
Yeah, Siphon actually not even particularly worried about a proxy. We saw Starnan go out, he checked the normal proxy spot, the big exclamation point, to make sure nothing was happening in that regard. But Siphon just goes right for the scout. He's not too worried about it, and, you know, I mean, cheese is actually a pretty big part of PvP. Mm-hmm. It's way more normal than in other matchups, so... it's not too wrong to be a little bit paranoid about it, but luckily for Siphon, there's nothing there to miss. So Blink play out of Siphon, you know, it could happen. Blink is really map dependent. Metropolis not a bad map for it. Of course, you have a lot of open space there above the mains ramp. Whereas on maps like Daybreak, Blink is just not that good because there's not very many places to get in. Any map that's good for Reapers usually is pretty good for Blink. So in this case, I would not hate Blink out of Siphon. So far, no crazy early gas. He's going to lay down the second gateway here, so it's looking like a 3-stalker rush from Clarity's Protoss.
Yeah, the second gateway is very indicative of early chrono boosting on the gateways to get some stalkers on the map. And a little bit of harassment here from the probe from Starnan, trying to be a little bit annoying against the probes of Siphon. And Siphon, I mean, definitely can go for Blink. We'll have to definitely see what he decides to do to kind of show us in this game. Now, back home for Starnan, he did go ahead and grab a second gas. Second gas has been added as well for Siphon a little bit later. And no second gateway from Starnan. So usually, as you know, if you scout a second gateway, you can respond with just throwing down a second gateway of your own, because you can be very susceptible if your opponent decides to send out the 3 stalkers across the map and do a little bit of early pressure. But Starnan not going to do that. He's actually just opting to go for a Zealot, getting a Stalker, and a Sentry. So the Sentry really has me thinking he's going to be a little bit defensive. And we'll see, I mean, if Siphon's going to commit to a very aggressive build here.
Yeah, at the moment, Starnan only actually has... okay, now he just changed it. He had 2 in the gas a little bit earlier, but looks like he's going for that Robo right now. And 1-gate Robo. It's generally a pretty defensive play. Of course, you can get out a quick Immortal if you're worried about pressure, and get out a quick Observer if you really want to see what your opponent's up to. But if you skip that Immortal in favor of the Observer, sometimes you can find yourself in a rough position. He's going to throw down a second. You know, a lot of the times, Metropolis, hey, there's a big rush distance, so I can be a little bit more cautious. But of course, any gateway play, any warp gate play, discounts that, and we actually do have the Stargate out here for Siphon, so he's going to be going for that airplay.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good choice. Specifically, I mean, with these kind of positions, you're very close by air, so going Phoenix is definitely a very, very intelligent move from Siphon. Now, as you mentioned, the robotics facility is a choice for Starnan, and I have a feeling if Siphon can really abuse the timing before Starnan can get a crazy amount of Immortals on the map, he might be able to straight up kill him, but there's Immortal being chrono boosted, so no Observer first. Starnan playing it as safe as possible. Now, if there's any sort of DT play, he might be in a little bit of trouble, but that's definitely not the case. So we'll see. I mean, what he decides to follow up. Is it going to be a second Immortal? It's actually going to be an Observer. So pretty safe early build here from Starnan. There is the Phoenix in production for Siphon. He's also going to add on a robotics facility of his own, and we'll see what his transition here is going to be.
Yeah, really good choices here from Siphon. Of course, the best thing you can do to follow this target up is the Robo, because generally Phoenixes are going to force a lot of Stalkers, therefore your Immortals are going to be even more effective. We see a Twilight Council in the back of the mineral line for Starnan here, kind of spreading his tech quite a bit around. It's pretty interesting, but I mean, he hasn't seen the Stargate, so he's not particularly sure what's going to be happening, but he is going to be able to get to Blink that much quicker if he's worried about these Phoenixes, and now they're going to come in and be revealed.
Yeah, Siphon coming in the main base with only 2 Phoenix, going to be able to lift 1 probe, gets a kill there, I believe. And yeah, Starnan knows exactly what's going on now. Great response, throwing down a Nexus. I mean, his tech, he has the robotics facility, he has the Twilight Council, he's even researching Blink, so he can feel safe to expand, because if you're going to go for this very quick Phoenix play, you're not going to have many gateway units on the map, but it looks like Siphon actually going to move with his whole army. I mean, 2 Zealots, a Sentry, the Probe's even following, so he's definitely looking to get a proxy pylon somewhere on the map, and this is going to be a very, very aggressive push here from Siphon.
Yeah, he's actually got 4 gates in his main right now. The Observer just passing over, so Starnan's not able to scout all 4 gates. This is going to be a huge bust play from Siphon with the Phoenix. He's going to try to lift up sentries, prevent any... Oh, we have a Guardian Shield up there for Starnan. Kind of sentry energy that maybe he can't waste if he loses one to these Phoenixes. And as long as you can deny the force field on that ramp, lift up that Immortal, your army's going to have a very good chance of breaking down your opponents. And actually, this attack's going to come after the Nexus finishes, so Starnan is not even going to be able to cancel.
And this is going to be a super aggressive, strong push from Siphon. I mean, Starnan is not making a second Immortal. He's actually just... his Blink's going to finish, which is obviously going to help his mobility tremendously. But here comes the push from Siphon, force fielding the ramp. And the Nexus, I mean, he can focus down the Nexus, or he can just try to bust up the ramp. Looks like this time he's just going to focus it down. Not a bad choice from Siphon. Starnan knows exactly what's going on. He knows there's no expansion coming out from Siphon. So if he defends this, he's going to win the game. But that's a lot of units here for Siphon.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough place, you know. Easy to say, hard to do. The army for Starnan is pretty good. I mean, we have a lot of supply for Siphon in Phoenixes, which aren't particularly good in one-on-one combat. But when you can lift up 5 enemy units, it's basically like you're taking away their supply too, and especially when it's the Immortal, it's pretty tough to deal with. But Starnan in a pretty good defensive position. Siphon going to manage to get 1 more force field on that ramp. Actually ends up revealing the Blink there too. So now Siphon's going to know exactly what he's up against. He picked off the Nexus. He has a Nexus of his own going down. And of course, with the Robo-based play with Immortals with Colossi, the rush distance does matter. So Siphon's actually going to be pretty safe expanding behind this.
Yeah, this is really well played by Siphon. All he really needs to kind of worry about right now is if Starnan decides to just go for a 1-base push. I mean, his expansion is going to be a lot sooner. Starnan actually not going to do that, so he's going to throw down an expansion of his own. So all of a sudden now, we're going to see the transition here for both players more into an economic kind of game, as we're seeing an expansion coming down for both. The robotics bay has been added back home for Siphon. No sort of robotics bay has been added yet for Starnan, and I feel the game is kind of just honestly stabilized. Although these Phoenix going to poke into the natural expansion, a little bit of miscontrol there by Siphon, almost going to lose 1 Phoenix, but it's pretty even, in my opinion, at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it's a very good choice for both players. Obviously, the pick-off of the Nexus was very good for Siphon. If he hadn't done that, he would be significantly behind. But he is in a position where now he can just sit back and macro. He does have the Colossus tech on the way. We have a Colossus being produced. I believe Starnan has the upgrade advantage. He's going to have +1 finished here momentarily. Does Siphon have a Forge? No, he doesn't. So the Twilight Council and the Forge being up for Starnan is a big deal. And actually, no Forge at all. Instead of laying down a second Robo, so I'm wondering if he's just going to go no upgrades, get out like 4 Colossi, and go for a huge push with Thermal Lance.
It's definitely very possible. The second robotics facility, it's questionable because I'm not too sure he can really afford it right now. His economy isn't so high. I mean, he has 37 probes compared to the 34 of Starnan, but that's a lot of tech here off of 2 base. If he was on something like 3 base or had a little bit more probes and got the gases, the natural, a little bit sooner, he can actually just chrono boost out Colossus consistently and maybe just tank in or sink in all the Zealots into minerals. But it looks like the Phoenix, again, going to fly over all the Stalkers. Blink has been completed for some time for Starnan. And, I mean, Siphon, I think he's just trying to get a little bit of scouting information to see his opponent's army. But Blink is definitely going to help out against defending these Phoenix here for Starnan.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going for. We have the Colossus tech just now getting started, and we see one of the gas pros get picked off. But Phoenix does go down, so Siphon, they are starting to be picked off. 3 remaining from the original 5. And a Colossus push when your opponent has no Colossi, or even when he doesn't have Thermal Lance, is going to be a big deal. But Siphon is not getting Thermal Lance. So his Colossi are going to be much less effective.
Yeah, I mean, the Colossus here are going to be much quicker, but they're not, I mean, you nailed it. They're not going to be as effective just because he doesn't have the range upgrade. Now, seeing this, back to your point, I think he's maybe going to push with maybe even 4 or 5 Colossus. He's actually just going to start another one and Chrono Boost that to get it out as soon as possible. But starting Colossus back home. But look at the count. 3 Colossus to none. And, I mean, he has a good amount of Stalkers. He has Immortals. That's good in Dandy, and he's actually going to go for a push. And this can be a little bit questionable here from Starnin. I feel like Siphon's army is just much more superior compared to what Starnin currently has.
Yeah, it's really big and strong with these Colossi. Starnin actually going to see all of them. We actually do have Thermal Lance started here for Siphon, but it is going to be behind by, let's see, it's going to finish in 60 seconds. That's plenty of time for this push to work. We actually have a third base going down here for Starnin. Does Siphon see that? Taking a look at his vision. Yes, he does. So he knows his opponent is very vulnerable. His double roll play going to be very strong. We already see a huge supply difference. This push is going to be very, very deadly.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the units count, Siphon has so much more, and he has a supply advantage of 119 compared to 102. And this third expansion from Starnin is super greedy, in my opinion. I mean, his Robotics Bay was a little bit late. His expansion was later. I mean, I can see him trying to kind of get an economic advantage to get a third a little bit sooner, but Siphon is just going for the 2-base push here with a whole bunch of Colossus, a good amount of Stalkers. The Colossus count right now from Starnin still on 1. His second Colossus is about to pop, and he's actually all the way on the other side of the map with his Stalkers, and all of a sudden now Siphon is going to have a huge positional advantage.
I like this choice from Siphon. He doesn't need to kill that third. He's going right for the throat because he knows his opponent is vulnerable. Going to burn away those Zealots. The Stalkers end up blinking behind the Colossi. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them go down pretty quickly here. And the Colossus coming out from Starnin. Siphon is actually being knocked away here. Starnin doing an incredible job holding this. And it looks like with his Colossus popping out, I think he's going to be able to.
Wow. What did I just see, man?
I actually am not exactly sure. I mean, we've got to give it to those Stalkers blinking in from the back. The Colossi from Siphon were very exposed. Now he's knocked that away. Starnin, though, he's down to 50 supply. Siphon's still up there. The probe count for Starnin actually down to 25. A lot of workers killed in that engagement. So even though the attack was knocked away, Siphon is actually in a pretty good position. He's taking double force behind this. He knows he killed a lot of probes, and he's going to start macroing up.
He did actually kill a lot of probes. I mean, Starnin, as you mentioned, just only has 28 probes compared to 50 probes. But that was very weird. I mean, looking at the army size, you would think that Siphon's going to win, but Starnin actually had a really good concave and sort of a flank with the Stalkers, and he might actually just be a little bit aggressive here as well. But 92 supply for Siphon, 63 for Starnin. Double Forge being added back home for Siphon, so he's definitely going to have a quicker start here on the upgrades and a third Nexus. So Siphon is definitely in a commanding position, but Starnin, you never know, man. He definitely has some good control, and maybe if he can just set up another miracle flank, he might be able to get himself back in this game.
Yeah, it was a very impressive defense. Another thing to keep in mind, he actually did have the +1 finished, whereas Siphon did not, so that did play a role in that engagement. Now, the Colossus count is still in favor of Siphon, of course, with that double robo. He's going to keep producing. His double forge is up and running, so he's got +1/+1 on the way, and he's probably going to be getting... Yeah, there we go. The Twilight Council is getting ready to be finished there as well. So I have to give the tech advantage to Siphon. The only thing he's behind in is the upgrades, and that's not going to last very long with double forge.
Yeah, but something I want to talk about is upgrades in PvP. You would say, in basically every other matchup, the more upgrades you have, the better. If you have an advantage over your opponent, you're probably going to win the battle, of course, depending on your army size. But in PvP, even though upgrades are really, really important, it all comes down to the Colossus count and your positioning, if you kind of think about it. And Siphon, even though his forge is a little bit later, his +1's going to finish. He's down in upgrades for sure, but he has more units. And in the long run, if he can continue to produce the Colossus, which is exactly what he's doing, if he can continue to just warp in some Zealots and some Stalkers, he's going to be, he's just, going to just sprint ahead when it comes to how many Colossus each player is going to have. But Starnin, definitely not out of it. The supply count actually getting pretty close, 99 to 129. Units count now, Colossus count actually, just to be specific. 7 Colossus for Siphon, 5 for Starnin. And, I mean, Siphon is defensive, and then Starnin kind of just wants to see Siphon push out so he can just get an advantage in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to try to play it in his favor however he can. Starnin here, he is moving into Archons. He does have the Templar Archives up, so he's able to produce those, and they are very strong. He's scouted the double robo of his opponent, so he's making an informed an informed decision here. He can't catch up in the Colossus count. He's got the 2 Robo, so he's gonna try to catch up, but he really wants to try to get attack advantage, so he's going for those Archons a little bit quicker. Now, Metropolis is different from Ohana. It's very wide. It's very easy to get a good concave, so a huge Colossus count is actually going to be a huge benefit here. You're not really going to be overproducing Colossi here on Metropolis.
Completely agreed, man. Great points, and both players are just doing that. They're just making more Colossus. A nice little Phoenix Scout coming here from Siphon, seeing exactly if his opponent has started transitioning into Archons, and in fact he did. So a little bit of a quicker transition here coming up from Starnin, a little bit faster Templar Archives. That's just actually going to finish right now from Siphon, so we're definitely going to be seeing Archons from Siphon here very soon, and a 4th expansion. So Siphon feeling 150% confident in this PvP, knowing he has an advantage, feels comfortable enough to just mass expand across the map. And now this is going to be the thing where Starnin needs to decide. Is he going to go for a push, or is he going to take a 4th of his own? And these are going to be some very, very difficult questions.
Yeah, he still hasn't scouted that 4th. Hasn't even scouted the 3rd, as a matter of fact. Well, at this point, you can generally assume it if your opponent hasn't attacked by now. And it's going to be up to him. Protoss versus Protoss, in this mirror matchup, when things can be so even, decision-making is a huge portion of it. Knowing when to attack, knowing where to attack. I mean, Siphon is set up so defensively. He's got a huge Colossus spread. Any attack from Starnan shouldn't be too much of a problem, especially once he starts making these Archons. We do have those 3 in production. So, yeah, like you're saying, Siphon is just very comfortable. He knows that he is pretty much in control of this particular game, and he is willing to sit back and get a ridiculous bank and army.
And here actually looks like both players are going to decide to push. Starnin scouting the 4th expansion just as he sends in a probe, and he's not going to take a 4th of his own. Looks like he was actually going to go for a push, but at the other side of the map, Siphon gearing up for a push as well. Fleet Beacon on its way for Siphon, so he's actually going to be transitioning here into a mothership, but we'll see if he can hit a timing before he can get that. But it looks like he's just going to pull back, going to add more gateways back home, continuing to roll the upgrades. +3 has finished for him. Meanwhile, for Starnin, he's had +3 for quite some time, and still no 4th expansion from Starnin, and this is when I start to get a little bit worried for him.
Yeah, no 4th. He's 20 probes behind. He's been behind, of course, ever since that attack, so his macro position is not very favorable. I thought maybe he would try to maybe transition into Warp Prism speed or something like that. We do see Warp Prism coming out. Try to get an advantage, do some damage anywhere he can. But right now it looks like Siphon is not going to give him that chance. He is pushing ahead, and he has a very scary army. It's going to get there well before the mothership is out.
And the supply count kind of tells the tale right now. We're at 194 supply to 167. Of course, Starnin can just warp in some Zealots and Stalkers. The thing here is the Colossus and the Archon count. Looks like both players are going to engage. Really good split by both players. And Starnin, some way, somehow, actually is having a better concave, but Siphon seems like he might have a little bit more Colossus. And all of a sudden, Starnin's actually going to clean it up, and Siphon pulling back with all these Colossus.
The Immortals doing huge damage there. Half of Siphon's Colossi weren't engaging initially, and the concave for Starnin was just beautiful, so he holds off yet another seemingly ridiculously strong attack. Meanwhile, we have a Zealot warping in the main as the Warp Prism arrives. It's going to start doing some damage here. These Zealots do have charge. They're going to start focusing down the Robos. It's a beautiful choice there from Starnin. Stint his opponent's production while he moves out for a push. The Colossus count is actually now in Starnin's favor, 8-7.
Man, Starnin knows how to control his Colossus, man. I mean, this is kind of what happened last game against Young. He had a really good spread, very similar this game, but looks like he's going to go for a push, and he wants to end it now because that 4th expansion has been up for quite some time for Siphon. Siphon needs to spread the Colossus. He does have a good amount of Zealots as well, and Siphon still has a supply advantage, so Starnin needs to just control the map, buy himself enough time to go ahead and get his 4th base saturated, continue his Colossus count, maybe even get a few Archons because Siphon is going to have a pretty high advantage when it comes to the Archon count. Already has 3 more in production. But even though Siphon won that, or lost that battle, excuse me, I still feel that his economy is just so much more superior compared to Starnin.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been working off of 4 base gas for much longer than his opponent. The 4th base isn't even up for Starnin, so he's able to afford these Archons, get these gas-heavy units that make his army more valuable. The Warp Prism in the main finally being chased away after one more Zealot gets warped in, prompting a response from Siphon. And now the Colossus count, 9-8. Siphon is almost max. He's going to max up here with another warp in of Templar, and he's just deciding whether to push. The Observer should give him the info he needs. He's coming right over the top of Starnin's army right now. Observer gets picked off. He sees exactly what he's dealing with. Is he going to go for the push? It looks like he's sending some Zealots forward.
Yeah, I think.
But this could just be for the 4th.
Yeah, I think at this point Siphon just wants to waste these Zealots and maybe even get, waste the supply and maybe morph in some Archons, which is definitely a smart choice. But Siphon is playing this very safe and very methodical. He's expanding. He's going to have a Mothership before Starnet even has a Mothership. He has a supply advantage. We're going to see a Warp Prism in the natural, though, of Siphon. Going to warp in some Zealots here for Starnet. This is actually going to do a little bit of damage, but just as I say that, we're going to see some Warp-ins coming up from Siphon. So this is what Starnet's trying to do. He's trying to warp in some Zealots, catch his opponent all the way in his own natural, and then try to go for a push and kill the 4th, but it's just not happening. More Zealot Warp-ins in the natural now. Starnet, a little bit of a counter here from Siphon, trying to focus down the Nexus. Almost going to nail it, but this is just a battle of Warp Prisms, man. Because in this kind of a situation in PvP, this is kind of what you have to do.
Yeah, you don't want that head-on engagement. It's hard to feel comfortable going for that because it can all be over so quickly. So you try to deal damage in other ways with these Warp Prisms. Interesting thing about Starnen's Warp Prism push there is he actually saw the Mothership building at the Nexus. So he's going to be fully aware of what his opponent is up to. Do we even have a Stargate for Starnan? It looks like the answer is no. So he's not trying to move into those Mothership. He wants to try to attack before his opponent has a Vortex.
And
he's pulling back.
I don't know, man. This is just a crazy back-and-forth game. I mean, both players, Siphon going for engagements, losing his army, all of a sudden remaxing with this army that we're looking at now. Crazy amount of Colossus. The Mothership is out. Probably going to wait for energy here for Vortex to go ahead and make his push even that much stronger. But Starnen's army is lacking a Mothership, which is going to be a little bit hard for him. But if he can get another split, which we've seen many, many times throughout this show match, he's definitely going to be in a pretty good position. But he's actually going to go for a push, and Siphon going to catch his opponent. No energy for a Vortex yet, and this is just going to go down, man.
Yeah, he's kind of engaging at a bad angle. Starnen is, that is. Very hard to come up this ramp. Of course, this army is entirely cloaked. Where's the observer for Starnen? It's probably hidden somewhere among those Colossi. If we take a look, he does have 4 observers on the map, so he has no shortage of cloak detection. But that's not what you got to worry about. You really got to worry about getting hit with that Vortex. That's going to put you in a bad situation. The Immortal count for Starnan is amazing. 10 Immortals on the field right now. And they are really, really good as long as you can get rid of the buffer in front of the Colossi. They will chew through everything.
Yeah, really, really good points. I mean, that's kind of going back to how many Colossus do you make and how many Immortals do you make. Very similar to PvT. How many Ghosts, how many Vikings, how many Templars, how many Colossus. So Siphon is definitely going to need a little bit more buffer. These Archons are going to buff tremendously. But maybe even a few more Zealots. He's lacking a little bit in Zealots. He only has 8 Zealots. Maybe, I mean, if he can make more, it would definitely be a little bit better. But the Mothership, man, I feel like just the Mothership is going to be game-changing here.
Yeah, she is a big deal. Starnen is now getting a fleet beacon, but his Mothership is going to be ages behind his opponents, and Siphon is pushing up here with the Mothership. He's got a healthy Colossus count of 10, good Archons. He's got 3-1-3 upgrades. It is just, again, it's looking like it's in Siphon's favor, but Starnen has held 2 impossible pushes before. I bet he could do it again.
Completely agree. And there's a little bit of Stalkers poking in the natural of Siphon. Siphon does not care. He's just going to go for the 4th expansion. Mothership coming in from the back. And Starnen knows he can't lose this. The Mothership is there. He's going to need to get a Vortex. And Starnen is still not splitting. And whoa.
Oh, no. Completely waste the Vortex before it actually ends up getting feedbacked.
Almost.
Well, like, yeah.
Almost gets it.
It's kind of not, it's not like he was going to be able to land it because the High Templar were coming up, but now the engagement is going to happen. All the Colossi really clumped together, so everything's going to take a lot of damage. However, these Immortals are not going to go down very quickly. They're going to chew through those Archons, and I think Starnan is going to be able to take out this Colossus army. There's no energy for a recall or anything, so all of these units are trapped.
Wow. Starnan, again, showing us really good control, and the problem here, Word, look at these rocks. The rocks were actually in the favor of Starnan. The Zealots and the Archons did nothing. And the Concave with the Colossus basically won him that engagement. Now we're going to see Siphon 98 supply to 140. It looks like that 5th expansion losing a lot of probes. Siphon has a lot of money, though, so we'll see what he's going to remax on. I mean, he's making some Zealots, probably going to make some more Colossus, adding on 2 additional robotics facility. But the problem here is Starnan has a window to go kill Siphon.
Yeah, the resource here is time. He can't rebuild that Colossus army quickly enough. Starnan knows that he's pushing out right now, and this is exactly what he needs to do. Right now, Siphon actually only has 1 Templar and 19 Zealots, warping in a bunch of Archons now, and it's a pretty good army, but, I mean, obviously, 9-8 Colossi, a lot better.
Definitely. He needs to Corona boost the Colossus. He needs to warp in some Zealots. The Archons are going to help, but the range of the Colossus, I feel, are going to be a little bit better against these Archons because he doesn't have any AoE for his own Colossus. And now, 176 supply for Starnan, 153 for Siphon. Siphon, the Zealots in the back, and I think Starnan's going to do it here, man. I mean, he has a huge supply advantage. What a crazy, crazy comeback. So many Colossus still remaining, and now Siphon running straight up into his ramp. Looking forward is going to be starting, focusing down the last Colossus. And that's going to be it, man. Siphon is losing so much supply, and it looks like Western Wolves going to take their second victory here in the show match.
Yeah, Starnan really coming out after 3 losses in a row for Western Wolves. Starnan is pulling out. We have a flank with a lot of Zealots from Siphon here, though. And it's going to do some damage, but there's just too many Colossi. It's going to be numbers versus numbers. The bigger number is going to win. A couple Colossi in the back going to try to do some damage, but GG. That is going to put it 3-2, still in favor of Clarity Gaming, but Starnan has a very strong showing.
Wow. Crazy game.
That's just a wow-worthy game. I can't believe it. Starnan, so many times when he shouldn't have held, he managed to hold. Just absolutely unbelievable. Really, really, really good play from Western Wolves Protoss player. And we'll see if he can bring it out again. So far, he is Western Wolves' shining star right now. Starnan doing a really good job.
I see what you did there. I see what you did. There. I like that. Shining star, Starnan. But the thing that was just so frustrating for Siphon in that game, in my opinion at least, is he engaged at the 4th of Starnan, and the rocks. I mean, you did see the actual engagement, right? The rocks were basically there. The Zealots were trying to run around the Archons, and the Archons of Siphon were kind of stuck there. He was kind of putting himself in a box. And Starnan just kind of, I don't know, just came from multiple angles, and Siphon didn't have a solid engagement, and that's what lost him the game, in my opinion. He was ahead in upgrades. He had 5 bases to 3 bases compared to Starnan. And his army, I mean, he had a mothership, and the Vortex was definitely questionable. I was definitely thinking, he thought that his opponent was going to run straight into his army, but he just pulled back. It was just a crazy game, and Starnan really showing us that he has some solid PvP.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It all came out of those engagements. Starnan handled it very well. So Starnan's going to be up on deck for Western Wolves again. We'll see if he can get a 3rd win and tie this up 3-3. Currently 3-2 in favor of Clarity Gaming. We're going to see who Clarity brings out next in just a moment. In the meantime, enjoy some music. Please feel free to visit claritygaming.com and follow us on Twitter. We are at clarity_gaming. My name is Wordcasting. With me here is Promise, and we are having a great time. Hope you guys are too. Okay, everybody, we are back for the, this would be the 6th game, I guess, in this clan war, and Clarity is bringing out Juke2.
He's coming out, man. He's like Pikachu. Juke2, I choose you. Go, Juke2.
Go, use Quick Attack, use Thunderbolt, whatever you think will best suit your needs.
He still has to upgrade, man. He has to, like, do his adventures and, like, go beat Pokemon, and then he can level up. It takes time.
That's true, it does take time. It's a very time-consuming thing, very important to do, but even having not learned the most advanced moves, still, I can't do this metaphor, I don't know, but Juke2,
right,
man,
let's get off Pokemon.
He's, yeah, let's try to get off Pokemon. It's hard to do as a gamer. Pokemon is just so integral, but,
True.
Juke2, man, I'm sure you know him, I'm sure you love him. He's going to be coming out for Clarity, and he's going to be definitely a very strong player. So, Promise, why don't you start us off?
Let's do it. We're going to have spawning in the bottom left side for Clarity Gaming being sent in as the challenger here for the show match against Western Wolves. It is going to be the Korean Zerg player. Juke2 is going to be our blue Zerg. And his opponent in the upper left side, spawning in for Western Wolves, taking out 2 very formidable Protoss players in Yong and Siphon. It's going to be Western Wolves' Starnin.
That is right. And Juke2 was chosen Entombed Valley. The 2 maps that were left were Entombed Valley and Tel'Darim. So we had to choose between those, and, well, here we are in Entombed Valley.
What do you think about this?
I'm not sure. I actually really did expect Tel'Darim out of Juke2. I'm not sure. I'm not a lot of Zergs really particularly like the Entombed Valley. We're going to see a pause here from Starnin, which will give me time to fix the starboard, which is wonderful. Every time they spawn, they switch the spot. So I'm going to fix that up, guys. But, yeah, Entombed Valley, I mean, Juke2's got to have a plan here.
Definitely.
Otherwise he'd be going for Tel'Darim.
And against the Protoss, too, it makes it a little bit worse because the way the map's kind of shaped is there's so many small choke points. It's so easy for a Protoss to take like a 6-minute third on this map. All you have to worry about is walling off the area with a few gateways and some cannons. So, I mean, Juke2, definitely a player that can be very confident in his cheese, in his baitling busts, in his macro style. So we'll see what style he decides shows in this game. But we are back in the game. Starnin having a little bit of difficulties, but I'm glad he got it fixed very soon. So Starnin sending a very normal timed scout here with the probe. Pollen coming in at the natural, just going to get a wall off going, and he's actually going to scout Juke2 pretty damn early here.
Yeah, he's going to come up on him right away, so, you know, it's always a nice feeling as a Protoss, because whenever you're scouting on a 4-player map and you don't scout them right away, you're always worrying about a 6-pool or something like that. So the pool timing's so very important in the early game scouting. And it's going to be nice for Starnin to have this information. He is going to see the pool down here from Juke2. Actually, a 13 pool, which is relatively early. Not like crazy early, but a little bit different.
Yeah, the thing about this 13 pool is it allows you to get your lings a little bit quicker before a pylon can come down, and you can actually force Starnin to not even make one, or just completely force a cancel. So interesting choice there. I mean, 13 pool, 14 pool, not a huge difference in variance of openings, but a little bit of harassment here by Starnin. Showing us some nice control. Juke2, is he going to lose a drone? Oh, my God. Nice little pick off there from Starnin. Definitely not game-changing, but he's actually just going to, like, dance the probe in the main phase.
Yeah. That probe is super, super baller. Yeah, he's got the kill. He's got the minerals. He just jammed him with his mineral sword. That drone went down. That's a little bit unnerving. It's not something any player likes to experience, losing to a worker harass. Obviously, usually it'll happen to Terran, if anybody, if their buildings get harassed, but in this case, very good harass from Starnin. So Juke2 is going to chase that probe out. We see an interesting wall here from Starnin, not going for the full-on ramp wall, instead just going to wall off to the left of his main ramp, or to the right of his main ramp, which is fine, and it'll get you to able to wall it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, usually you would see more of the standard wall with right, like you're hugging the ramp, but a little bit different. Maybe European Protoss players like to do it this way. Both ways can work, but Juke2's style, Juke2's a guy that can scout things out like this and just go for like a 2-base Roachling all-in or a 2-base mass circling Baneling bust, something like that. So we'll see what kind of tack he's going to show us. So far, he's just going up to this natural hatchery. Starnin, just to point it out, he did go Nexus first, followed by the Forge. So he's definitely going to be focusing on getting his economy established here in the early stages of the game. And now we just have to see if Juke2 is going to take a third, because Starnin already has a probe there. So in the next 30 seconds, if Juke2 doesn't take an expansion, Starnin is going to be assuming there's something cheeky going on.
Yeah, right now, at this point, it's starting to get a little late there for the third expansion from Juke2. We actually do see he is taking 2 gas right now. So he does have something in the mind. Could be one of those 2-base busts. Likely going to be something like that. The Zerglings from Juke2 are going to come out and knock away this probe now. But still, this is a late enough hatchery to be suspicious, even if you were to lay it down after this, or if Starnin were to assume he laid it down after the probe was chased away.
Yeah, so the probe's just going to get out of there. Back home for Starnin, our Protoss player. He is adding on a cybernetics core in the main base. Took his 2 main gases in the main base. We're also going to see when he decides to take the 3rd and 4th gas, which is basically going to tell us, you know, what kind of tech he's going to be going for. If you usually don't get your 3rd and 4th gas so soon, you're most likely doing some sort of early zealot pressure just to keep the drones, or to keep the Zerg on the tip of his toes, making some lings instead of making drones. But there is the layer coming up from Juktu, and still no sign of a 3rd. So this is going to be a lot of tech here off of 2 base.
Yeah, we did see Morrow there. He thinks it's going to be 2 base Infestor, and I was thinking the same thing. On Entombed Valley, it's going to be actually pretty good. The ramp is really big. There's a lot of room to lay down infested Terrans and go for a huge bust. So in this particular instance, especially considering the type of wall that Starnan has, I think it's going to be very, very dangerous. We do see a second Photon coming out for Starnan. He's definitely a little bit worried about something happening here. And we're going to have to see exactly what Juktu is going to be going for. Obviously, the layer is going to be finishing very soon. He is taking 4 gas total over at his natural, so it could be Mutas, it could be Infestor, but 2 base Infestor play definitely much stronger.
Definitely. 4 gas, very indicative of Mutalisks as well as Infestors. Now, he's not really going to be able to get any Evolution Chambers down to be able to, afford the upgrades as well as a good amount of Infestors. And there's the Infestation Pit, so Morrow calling it right away. Very good call by Morrow. The Infestation Pit coming down. Speed is going to finish here for Juktu, about 80% completed. We're going to see another round of drones. We'll have to see how many he's going to stop at. Right now, he's going to be approaching about 46 drones compared to 40 of Starnin. And what does Starnin do at this point? I mean, his wall is very interesting. He's getting a Twilight Council, so he's probably going to be going into some sort of a Blink play or maybe Dark Shrine, just because he hasn't added any additional gateways. But the Overseer coming in, and a really good scout here from Juktu, going to spot the Twilight Council.
Yeah, it's going to be very important. He's going to know that with the Twilight Council coming out, his opponent is going to have even less in the terms of units to defense. He's actually going to be pretty happy to see that. Starnan came out. He did scout the 3rd once more with that probe and confirmed that there was no 3rd. So he knows something's coming. He has this time to prepare. Immediately lays down a robo. He's going to lay down some additional gates. But his unit production is very, very small at this point. And we do have the Pathogen Glands underway for the Zerg player from Clarity Gaming.
So Blink for Starnin. He's getting his upgrades, +1 weapons and +1 armor. We're going to see Juktu be a little bit annoying here, trying to kill these back rocks. Going to see the sentries doing that job as well. And there's the Infestors in production for Juktu. 3 Infestors to be total. His Pathogen Glands is going to finish here very, very shortly. But Starnin is going to have Blink, and I feel like that's actually... It may not be the best counter just because Fungal is very good against Blink Stalkers. But if you can find yourself in a good position with a whole bunch of Stalkers, plus he's going to have some pretty good upgrades, he can actually possibly defend it. But Juktu, very good at controlling his units.
Starnin forgot Warp Gate.
Did he?
He doesn't have Warp Gate researched. I was wondering why these gates are not Warp Gates
my
yet.
God.
Oh, that is going to be... Okay, he just started it now. That is really, really going to hurt.
And he doesn't have enough Chrono Boost from either Nexus to Chrono Boost it, so he is going to have to take... It's going to take a while, man, to get this Warp Gate. And the fact that Juktu is going for some kind of a 2-base push and Warp Gate is not done... I think this is just going to be so game-changing right now, man.
Yeah, this is never a situation a Protoss player wants to be in. They're relying so much on the Warp Gate for quick reinforcements. You need the ability to quickly react to what your opponent is pumping out. And that's exactly what Starnan wanted to do. He's got the 6 gates, and he should be warping in tons of Stalkers right now, just producing them Brood War style at the moment. But he really, really wishes he could warp those in. Now we see a lot of Lings and Infestors outside the front of Starnan's base. He's focusing on the rocks. Is he going to get force fields down? Blocks out all the Infestors, but we now see a lot of Infested Terrans going down, and almost no army for Starnan.
And you know what? Juktu's going to see this. He's making drones, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just makes a whole bunch of Lings. The Infested Terran's going to focus down the sentries, and Starnan, all of a sudden, forgetting Warp Gate can actually just cost him the game, desperately trying to spam down some cannons. And Immortal's going to pop here very soon, which is really not going to do anything because there's no roaches. But Juktu behind it, getting a 3rd, getting his Hive, getting a Spire. Lings are still continuing to do some damage. 102 supply for Juktu, 70 supply for Starnin. And man, dude, Starnin has to be so frustrated right now.
Yeah, it's such a painful thing. It's not the first time we've seen something like this in StarCraft, and it probably won't be the last. It's a very unfortunate situation to be in. We have Zerglings in the main now. He has killed a total of 9 workers, and he's going for more, as the 2 Stalkers can only do so much. 3 Stalkers to pick off these Zerglings here. Now the worker count 78 drones to 50. Juktu is in a very strong macro position right now. And like you said, he's got the Hive, he's got the Spire on the way. He knows that there's not going to be any aggression from Starnan because the Warp Gate is so far behind, and he took out so many units already.
Yeah, you said it. And Juktu is You know, he's in a very advantageous position right now. I'm stuttering over my words. Advantageous position. He's taking a 4th expansion. His creep spread can be a little bit better, but he went for a very aggressive build. And this Hive and the Spire is going to mean that Juke2 is going to be transitioning into Broodlords here very, very quickly. Starnin is desperately going to need to Chrono Boost out some probes. He's going to take a 3rd, which he kind of has to. He can't stay on 2 bases when he scouts a Zerg taking a 4th, even though he's down in economy. This is kind of what you have to do to come back in the game. You just need to be expanding. You need to even maybe at this stage, a little bit of even War Prism harassment would be a very good tool right now for Starnin. But, I mean, Juke2 in a really good position, just getting the Gritter Spire. And Starnin, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to have an answer here when Juke2 takes to Broodlords.
Yeah, it's a very, very uphill battle here. Are these games going to get down in time? No, the Zerglings are going to run into the 3rd, but quickly be chased away by the army. And yeah, you're exactly right. Starnin needs to do something to try to get back in the game, and it's not going to be macro. He's too far behind. He has to do something. He has to get DTs. He has to get Warp Prism play. Something to try to overcome the deficit that he's been put into by Juke2's Infestor attack. But at the moment, he's just trying to macro it out, and it's not impossible. It can work, but Juke2 has a huge advantage here, and already the Greater Spire is going to be finishing in just 25 seconds. And
Starnin has to hit some sort of a timing. I mean, he decided to go for Twilight instead of a Robotics Bay. That's you know, he was probably going to go for like a 2-base Blink Stalker build, but you know, he forgot his Warp Gate. But Juke2 is going to know that this is very possible. Spamming down these Spine Crawlers has a crazy amount of Infestors. 11 Infestors already out for Juke2. Starnin going to try to swing around the left side, but at the same time, in a 3rd expansion, a whole bunch of Lings, and Starnin going to warp in some Stalkers. I don't know how these Lings came in, man, but they're going to focus down this 3rd Nexus, and is the Nexus going to go down? That would be a huge
so
pick
close.
Off. Ooh, the Nexus!
It's so close. Oh, he's barely going to save it. And
wow.
yeah, that's one of the downsides of getting that wall. He walled off the 3rd just fine, but unfortunately there's a giant spot for them to go through, right through the main ramp. Meanwhile, the Fungal goes down. Starnin's push here is getting Chain Fungal. This is almost all of his army taken out by Fungals.
There's the Broodlords. Starnin, once he spots these Broodlords, he's going to know he's in a lot of trouble because he's invested into Immortals, he's invested into Sentries, he has 66 probes, he still has that 3rd up with 74 hit point Nexus. But the problem is these Broodlords are unanswered and a crazy amount of Infestors, and Juke2, I feel like he's just going to go for the push here. And Starnin, unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to have enough to defend this. I mean, he's warping in some more Stalkers. He has +3 weapons. Very good upgrades for Starnin compared to Juke2 only has +2. And here comes the attack. Looks like Starnin going to blink forward. Infested Terrans being thrown out for Juke2. Infestors throwing down some Fungals as well. Good force fields by Starnin, though. But these Broodlords actually dying very quickly. And Starnin actually defending.
Actually, a very good blink there. Starnin showing his incredible prowess in unlikely engagements. Blinks ahead, very good decision from him. Manages to pick off like 6 Broodlords. That is really going to slow Juke2 down there, but he's still fighting that uphill battle. He's still going to have to deal with a huge Broodlord army. We got 5 Corruptors coming out. We have a healthy number of Infestors on the field. Every second they are just getting more energy. And of course we have a 4-base Zerg who has 74 drones right now. So he's just comfortable, whereas Starnin's going to be, you know, fighting for his life. He's going to have to make every decision absolutely perfectly if he wants to bring this back into his favor.
And there's the 4th coming down for Starnin. Juke2 in the production tab, making additional Infestors, getting additional upgrades. He should be up to, I believe, is it going to be 2-2 or 3-3? He's going to have 2-1 and 3-2 very soon.
Mm-hmm.
But Starnin, yeah, I mean, taking a 4th, okay, cool. Some Lings are going to come around. Looks like he's going to blink forward. Going to try to focus down these Lings, but the problem is the Broodlords again. We're going to see 4 more in production, and Juke2, a little bit of an aggressive blink here from Starnin. Usually you don't want to be blinking against a whole bunch of Speedlings, but that's a pretty good amount of Stalkers. And Starnin, slowly but surely, kind of getting himself back in this game, but I still think Juke2, when he gets a crazy amount of Broodlords, he's definitely going to have a very scary and intimidating army.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 6 in the air now. We don't have any more Corruptors or any more in production. It looks like he's dumping a lot of money into those Lings. And yeah, they're going to be on 3-0 very soon, or with those Adrenal Glands. Not very soon, but relatively soon. And Adrenal Glands are going to be so huge in dealing with those Stalkers. Starnin's army is decent, but I like that Juke2 is trading Lings for Stalkers. It's so important to thin out that Stalker count, because that's really all Starnin has to deal with these Broodlords.
Yeah, and Juke2 has a good amount of Infestors. Starnin going to spread his units. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he's going to blink forward, focusing down a bunch of these Broodlords, and that's a lot of units here for Starnin. But Juke2 getting off some very good Fungals here. Some Lings are going to do some damage. Blinking forward again is going to be Starnin. Juke2 losing a lot of Broodlords, and all of a sudden, actually, pretty even trade, but the Infested Terran's going to force Starnin to go ahead and pull back. More Stalkers being warped in. 58 Zerglings in production word, and Juktu is just knocking at the front door here of Starnin.
Yeah, I also have a random Mutalisk in there that's going to be popping out. Juktu just trying to make every unit before this game ends, and it's starting. He's just playing really well. He's playing from all angles. He's trying to get a big concave out, and really this is the best possible spot to engage. But right now, Juktu's going to be in that good spot where you can start to position the Broodlords over that open space. These Stalkers going to be chased back. This fourth base rather, certainly going to be going down, and all these probes in here are in for a rough time as well.
Starnin kind of in a good position, nooking in there right behind his Nexus, but the Broodlord's going to do even more damage, attacking from the air. Lings are going to surround Starnin. Very valiant effort after not researching Warp Gate, but I still feel like Juktu's economy is just so strong. He's going to blink forward again, trying to focus down the remaining amount of Broodlords. One Broodlord might go down, but the Lings tearing through all these Stalkers, and in the production tab, we are going to see a tech switch from Juktu, and all of a sudden, Starnin going to deal with Broodlords, but it's going to be Ultras, man, and I don't know if he can deal with that right now.
Yeah, generally, I mean, Stalkers are really good against Broodlords. They're okay against Ultras, but you've got to have incredible micro and more army, pretty much, to try to soak that up. When the Ultras are just focusing on the Stalkers, they're going to lose very, very easily. So Starnin, I mean, he's been doing an amazing job holding, knocking away these Broodlords, doing everything he can, but is he going to be ready for the next wave? It's going to be very tough. He's been doing very well, but I don't know. I've got faith. This is just really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Juktu made an Ultralisk Cavern. I guess he's not even going to make Ultras. He kind of just wants to go finish it now, making more Broodlords, making more Infestors. So he doesn't even feel it's necessary to do any sort of a transition. Storm's going off into the Lings. Good Storms there by Starnin. We're still seeing some Lings here hack away at the 4th expansion. Going to be able to kill a bunch of probes. But look at the Broodlord count. 9 Broodlords, 11 Infestors. Infested Terrans being thrown up once again from Juktu. Starnin defending to the best of his ability, but now we're going to see some gateways getting focused down. These Broodlings running right around the Stalkers. 4th expansion lost a whole bunch of probes. I mean, 55 probes to 83 drones. Professor's going to come from the back, and Starnin is going to have to GG here very, very shortly.
Yeah, all of the Stalkers are getting chain fungal. The Lings are going to be able to pick them off. There it is, GG. And Juktu is going to take the 4th victory for Clarity Gaming.
Very well played by Juktu. So that means...
Yeah, it's really, really well. I mean, Starnin, it was such a good hold. It's incredible what we've seen from him in these last games. It's going to be a shame to see him knocked out at this moment, but Juktu, he had a really good play in the early beginning there.
Yeah. I mean, huge props to Starnin for even able to make the game go on for that long. It was like a 25-minute game without a warp gate being researched in the early stages. So... he definitely has some really good control. He has a very, solid style. He definitely looks like he's a player that likes to use a lot of Link Stalkers. Juktu, as we noted, just went for kind of what Maro noted, I guess. I don't want to take credit for what Maro said. Went for the Lings and Festers off 2 base. Killed a bunch of probes, felt very confident, took a 3rd, took a 4th, teched straight up to Hive. He had like a 14-minute Hive, man, and like 15-minute Broodlords against an Immortal, Sentry, good amount of Stalker army. And Starnin told himself, okay, let's go hit a timing before Juktu gets some Broodlords. All of a sudden, he's on the defensive because Broodlords are right in your face. So well played by Juktu, and now we're going to have to see who Western Wolves is going to send out.
Yeah, that does put it 4-2 in favor of Clarity Gaming, guys, which means this next match could be our last if Juktu manages to secure another victory for Clarity Gaming. This is a best of 9, of course. The first of 5 will win. We'll see who Western Wolves decides to send out next in just a moment.
his mask off and knows his head, and she sees him in the screen. They both see the traps. No fool, oh, they won't go back. No fool, oh, they've got a mind track. No fool, oh, it's all a mystery. Let it come and let it be. 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 Let it come.
All right, everybody, we are in the lobby, and we are about to get this game started. It is, Jukto is going to be going up against Western Wolves' last player, Mini Razor.
This is going to be a very, very important game here. Clarity Gaming currently has 4 wins. Western Wolves has 2 wins. That means if Juke can win this game, that means Clarity Gaming is going to be victorious in this show match. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's introduce who we have playing in this match. We have spawning in the upper right for Western Wolves. It is going to be Mini Razor, who's going to be our Blue Zerg. And his opponent in the bottom left, taking a win off of Starnin, who was 2 wins victorious before that. It is our Clarity Zerg player, going to be our Red Zerg. It is Juke.
Yes, it's going to be a ZVZ. This is the first ZVZ we've had. Tonight we've had, let's recap real quick. We've had Yong versus Maro taking a very quick win in Antigua with a Blink all in. Then we had him go up against Zik Domini, where he won against him in a very late game, very close macro play, and he also took out Sort of in a very similar game. Starnan was able to take down Yong, and Starnan also took down Siphon on Metropolis with a very, very amazing engagements. We saw the same thing from him in the last game against Juke. Incredible engagements that he shouldn't do, he has no business doing well in, but he does well in anyway. But Juke was able to manage to take him out, and now Mini Razor is all that Western Wolves has left, but it is a strong final play.
And it's a ZVZ, our first cast of tonight, I believe. And ZVZ is just a matchup that is so micro-intensive in the early stages, so scouting intensive as well. It's just so important to see if your opponent's taking a third. When is he taking the third? How many gas is he taking? Is it roaches? Is it infestors? Is it mutalisks? There's just so many options you can do in ZVZ. Plus, of course, you just have to be very smart about knowing how many lings your opponent's going to be making in the early stages. But so far, if we talk about the openings, we're seeing a 15 hatch come down for Mini Racer. Back home for Juke, he's actually opting to go for a quicker pool. I believe that was a 14 pool. So he's definitely going to have a little bit of earlier map control compared to his opponent. And there's the hatchery coming down. So a little bit of variance in terms of the builds, but generally they're just going for the same thing, just going for a little bit of an economic opening here.
Yeah, it's not too big of a deal in terms of being difference here. Like, the difference between a 15 hatch versus a pool first opening is 15 hatch will get you 2 simultaneous queens, which gets you those 2 ejects. But a pool first opening will get you that queen a little bit earlier so you can have that inject, which can come into play for going all in, but I'm not sure we'll necessarily see that. Of course, things can change very quickly on Daybreak, and actually we do have a relatively quick guess here from Juke, a little bit earlier than Mini Racers. We'll see what he's able to do with that, but in general, these guys playing on a very even field.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just going to get the gas for speed. He can always, put them back on gas and go for something like a quick Baneling Nest. But speed definitely kind of important. You want to have the metabolic boost out on the map as soon as possible, controlling watchtowers, running around with your links to just deny any kind of scouting information from other links from your opponent. But so far, both players just positioning their overlords kind of standard. Usually want to have an overlord by the third to see when that comes up, which is not going to be anytime soon, in my opinion. But there's the speed being started for Juke, and that's a little bit faster. Not a huge variance. I mean, Mini Racer right now is going to go up to 100 gas. He should probably get started on his speed right when that finishes. Queens in production for both players, and not a crazy amount of links coming out. So I still think that they're going to just focus on their economy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, neither of these players have pulled out of gas, and we actually do see a Baneling Nest going down here for Juke. Now, in ZVZ, generally if you're going to go right for speed, you can be more aggressive. You have the option, and usually you want to. If you make a Baneling Nest right away, sometimes it's usually more defensive if you notice, for example, that your opponent's speed is going to be faster than yours. So I'm wondering if we're going to see simultaneous aggression from these players, as we have Juke getting the Baneling Nest down as well as Mini Racer. And it'll be one of those crazy Ling-Baneling battles that are so much fun to cast, so much fun to watch. I kind of hope it is, but it's going to be really stressful on the players.
We'll see. I mean, usually you see a lot of Baneling early on here in the matchup, but if you look at the production tab, everything is very similar. I mean, a little bit of a quicker Baneling Nest for Juke. He's getting a spine. That actually is going to tell us a lot. So he's going to be, I'm assuming he's going to be a little bit defensive just because he's getting a spine so early in the game. Speed is going to finish for both players around the same time. Another gas actually coming down from Mini Racer, so he's going to be on 2 gases compared to Juke, who has not taken the second gas. Layer for Juke super, super fast. And the fact that Juke is trying to tech very, very quickly, and I mean a layer coming down from Mini Racer as well, he has that spine, and I think that he's just going to use it to fake any sort of aggression, just get his economy going, get more drones, and maybe we might be seeing Mutalisks from actually both players here.
Yeah, Juke is adding on all 3 gas, so he's going to go up to the 4. And Mutaplay on Daybreak is actually pretty good. There's a lot of dead airspace. There's a lot of places you can come in from. So the Mutas aren't particularly vulnerable, and I do like it. And if both players are going for meatless, we're going to have, those are some of the coolest ZVZs ever. We do see a huge flood of lings from Mini Racer right now. 18 more in production, and he's already got, let's see, 26 on the field. What does Jukto have? I mean, he's got an okay Sim City, but unit-wise, he's got a couple of Banelings. Those can do the trick, but it's unlikely Mini Racer's just going to run right into them.
He's definitely going to need to get some more lings. Mini Racer's actually kind of all in with this. I mean, he's getting a layer, and he faked the layer. He actually canceled it, so the lings are moving into the natural here of Jukto. And Jukto, man, he needs to get the Roach warmed up. He needs to get some lings. Lings are going to move into the natural. Baneling's going to explode on not so many, and so many Banelings being more spread outside the natural here of Jukto.
Oh, this is a huge play from Mini Racer. So many Banelings coming in. Is Jukto going to be able to hold? The Banelings immediately pick off that Spine Crawler. So many lings flooding in behind them, and Jukto has almost nothing. He doesn't even have any fighting units. The Queen getting taken out there. More Banelings morphing in. I don't think he's going to be able to hold this. It's going to be too much. Oh, the drones. Really good splitting here.
Wow. Mini Racer going for just a flood of lings. Jukto 36 supply, and he's losing so many drones. I mean, the units lost count, 45 units lost. More Banelings exploding on the drones. 15 supply for Jukto. The roaches are going to pop out, but the damage has definitely been done, man. And there is a GG thrown out by Jukto. And that means 4-3 in this clan war. What a crazy, crazy all-in from Mini Racer.
Yeah, what a bold play. Canceling the lair after he saw his opponent scout it. Just beautifully done there. So many Banelings. I mean, whenever I see that many Banelings, my heart just starts racing. And I'm sure Jukto's did too. He was not able to hold it. It was just too much. It was very well executed. So yeah, that is going to put it 4-3. Still in favor of Clarity. Mini Racer is going to have to win 2 more games in a row if he wants to take this for Western Wolves. We're going to see who Clarity is going to be bringing out next. Okay, everybody. We are just exiting the lobby. The game is loaded, starting to load now. For this, this is the 8th game, I believe, with Clarity up 4-3, and they are sending out Mercy.
Another Korean Protoss player for Clarity. Now, we'll see what Mini Racer can show us once again. I mean, the last game, pretty self-explanatory. Made a whole bunch of lings, faked a layer, morphed like 15 banelings outside the natural of Juktu, and then went for the kill. Juktu was playing very, very economically, very greedy, in fact, just spamming out drones, only had like 2 banelings by the time the lings were at his side of the map. But this is a different matchup. It's a PvZ. We're going to have our Korean Protoss player playing for Clarity Gaming right now. It is going to be Mercy, who's going to be in the upper right position.
And his opponent, the victor of the last match with an incredible baneling all-in against Jukto. He is the Red Zerg. He is Mini Racer.
I'm looking at chat, and Mini Racer's just calling these players by their name. I think every time he says, "Give me a minute, guys," he actually like minimizes, opens up Liquipedia, gets their name, copy pastes, and then does it at the beginning of every game. Pretty mannered guy.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's actually what he's
cool.
doing. I don't think he's gonna know.
He's gotta be.
I don't think he's gonna know these guys by their actual name. But PvZ, Cloud Kingdom, you usually see a lot of early pressure. I mean, of course, the thing that became very popular on this map is the Immortal Sentry all-in. Get your Nexus, get like 7 gateways, get your +1 weapons, get the robotics facility very quickly, chrono boost out some Immortals, and then go for the push. Of course, I didn't do it in the specific order it's supposed to be in, but that's kind of how it works. You usually push around the 10-minute mark. Some players even push around the 9:30-minute mark, which is usually the standard timing for that kind of a build. But we'll see. I mean, Mercy told us that he has a specific build in mind. We'll see what it's going to be. Mini Racer already going for a very standard kind of a pool. 14 pool. You're going to see the drone make its way to the natural. Mercy going to be a little bit annoying. Try to deny that for as long as possible. So very typical standard early openings here from our players.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be going Nexus first, planning that down now. And of course, it's just generally what you do. You can definitely get away with that as long as your opponent is going for a standard timed pool. And even if they get something like a 10 pool, you're just able to wall off beforehand entirely. So it's a very safe play. It's not risky at all at this point. It's the current metagame, and Mercy knows exactly what he's doing. Mini Racer getting his Overlord in good position. He's going to pop him right there above the natural, so we'll be able to see exactly what's going on. And Cloud Kingdom, yeah, like you're saying, it's great for the Immortal Sentry. If you come down the corridor that going to the third, it's very easy to force field the army into pieces and just tear it apart. So that's something that any Zerg player on here is going to have to worry about.
Really good points. Now, Mercy, we'll see if he decides to go for that. I would assume, just because it's so common, Zerg players have just I mean, they go into this game, and specifically even on like this map, they're going to tell themselves, okay, it's 80% probability that the Protoss player I'm going to play is going to go for an Immortal Sentry. So Mercy might play some mind games and go for something crazy like a super quick third Nexus. Might just go for a very safe 4 Gateway Sentry Immortal expand into a third. Those are definitely going to be options here open up for Mercy. But in the production tab so far, we're just seeing a very quick follow-up here with the hatchery coming down at the third here for Mini Racer. All he really has to worry about is just getting his economy established. Drones in the production tab. Probe coming in now just to confirm there's a third that exists here for Mini Racer. So really good scouting by Mercy. Something I want to point out is just so many Protoss players in this matchup assume that their Zerg opponent's going to have a third, and all of a sudden they can just have roaches at their front door. So really good scouting here by Mercy.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing we saw in the game between Jukto and Starnan. He was very adamant about scouting that third base, and once he didn't see it, he got an extra cannon up. He played very defensively because he knew some kind of pressure was coming. Unfortunately, in that game, he didn't get Warp Gate, so he was very unprepared for what was happening. But like you're saying, it's just a very important piece of information. And now that Mercy has confirmed that third, he can go about his normal plans. When you don't see that third, that's when it kind of changes up, and you might have to play outside of your comfort zone. But right now, he's going to be able to pretty much do whatever he was planning to do before the game started.
Yes, and I mean, production tab, we still have not really seen what Mercy's going to be adding on here. Is it going to be a Twilight Council? Is it going to be a robotics facility? Warp Gate's being started. He's getting +1. Very typical here. No kind of gases here as well. No third or fourth gas at the natural coming down for Mercy. So, I mean, he might just add on a whole bunch of gateways. There is the robotics facility being added for Mercy, and Mini Racer has an Overlord in position to scout the main, but the Robo is actually tucked in such a good location. I don't know if he's going to be able to scout it, just because the Overlord is kind of, parking its way here right outside the natural to see if there's any kind of an incoming push. Back for Mini Racer, there is a Roach Warren, still getting his economy, getting some 9 drones right now. He's up to 35 compared to 39. Stalker going to poke a little bit here compared to the Zerglings of Mini Racer, and everything is just kind of evening out now. We just have to see what Mercy is going to do. Is he going to expand, or is he going to go for a very strong 2-base push?
Yeah, the possibilities are, we're pretty much going to have to see. If he chrono boosts an Immortal right away, that's pretty indicative of an Immortal push coming, but he's actually going to go going for a Warp Prism here. So it could be, where you load 4 sentries up in there, and force field off the main player's ramp, or go and attack the third. Both of these are very strong pushes. We're going to see which one he decides to do, but odds are pretty good they're going to do damage.
I think if he's going to go for the sentry push, he's definitely going to... He would have needed to chrono boost out some sentries. He only has 1 right now, so I have a feeling it's just going to be a Zealot Warping just to keep the Zerg on his side of the map and then take a third behind it. His minerals are getting pretty high. And the Warp Prism's coming out. And... oh yeah,
he did not pick up that sentry. Did not pick up the sentry, so he is going to be going for that Zealot Warping, it looks like. Zealot's definitely significantly more powerful in tandem with sentries. Looks like the Warp Prism going to go into phasing mode now. Let's see what he's going to bring in to attack his opponent. Yeah, 4 Zealots, so we'll see how much damage these can get done. 4 naked Zealots, especially when there's roaches on the map, aren't going to be particularly effective, but if you catch your opponent by surprise, a lot of things that can work that shouldn't.
And Mini Racer, knowing that there's a huge vulnerability of this early pressure, goes for a very quick Roach Warren. Already has a good amount of roaches on the map. I mean, 4 roaches is not a lot, but these Zealots... You can easily kite Zealots here with roaches. And Mercy, he's not taking a third behind it. He's just warping in some Stalkers and some sentries back home, getting a Twilight Council, continuing to roll up his upgrades. We're going to see the Warp Prism trying to swing around towards the natural here of Mini Racer. Nothing is there to defend for the Zerg. All of his roaches, in fact, are at the third. And there we go. Immediately going to react. Drone's getting pulled off the mineral line, and I'm going to see a little bit of harassment here from Mercy. But just going to make me look like a fool, man, and just lift right out of there.
He's not quite going to be able to get it down. We see a Spire on the way here for Mini Racer down over there in the main, so he's going to be going for some Mutaplay, it looks like, and of course it's definitely going to knock away this Warp Prism play right away once those get out, so he's not going to really need to worry too much about the harassment. Mercy did go for a robotics-based opening, but he didn't make any Immortals. He actually has a decent Stalker count, so this Mutalist play might not be as strong as it could be. Mini Racer probably not used to an opponent going so Stalker heavy and declining on the sentry so much, but Mercy can be in a good position to deal with this, especially considering he's getting Blink on the way right now.
He's getting Blink, he's getting a Robotics Bay. I'm a little bit worried for Mercy, though. There's a Ling parked at the third of Mini Racer, and if you're going to go for this kind of a 2-base push, you definitely want to send a Stalker over there to at least confirm there's no Overlord or any scouting Zerglings. So Mini Racer knows that his third, or the Protoss player's third, is going to be delayed for some time. He knows there's going to be some sort of a push. We're going to see Mutas in production, a whole bunch of Lings in production too. Fourth is going to get spotted here by Mercy as we see a nice little Warp Prism harassment being done here with the Zealots. And here comes the push. Mercy going to go for this basically all-in-ish two-base play here.
Yeah, he doesn't have 7 gates, which is a little interesting. Usually the best. Okay, there. Now he's adding a couple more gates on, a little bit late, but still going to be a very powerful push. Going to be going up to 8 gates. Going to be coming in here. The Spinecrawlers are going to finish relatively soon, and Spinecrawlers rather very good against a Gateway army, even with Blink. We'll see if Mercy is just able to bully his way through. He's going to be coming now, and he can force field away the Zerglings, and there's really not a whole lot of Mutas. So he's actually going to do pretty well. Unfortunately, he's trapping himself behind the force fields and taking a ton of damage from the Spines.
And he's hitting right before Blink. If those force fields would have been any worse, Mini Racer would have been able to surround the whole army of Mercy. Blink is finally going to finish. +2, very close to finishing. He's actually going to blink back. And this Muta Link composition from Mini Racer, man, it's definitely getting scarier. 5 additional Mutas in production. +2 is not yet completed for Mercy. 131 supply for Mini Racer compared to the 111 of Mercy. And if Mercy wants to win this game, he's going to have to go and win it right now.
Yep, he's going for the push. Coming up the ramp now, he's walking right into all those Spinecrawlers, though it's a very good defensive position from Western Wolves Mini Racer. And Mercy is just knocked back again, and the longer he waits, the more Mutas, the more Zerglings there are going to be.
And the Spines are going to be a big trouble here as well. And Mercy going to swing around. Really smart move. And all of a sudden, these Spines are going to be completely worthless. But I think this is going to be a lot of Mutas and Lings. We're going to see Mini Racer coming in from multiple angles. Ling's going to come in from the left, and Mutas coming in from the right. Blinking back is going to be Mercy. Good position for both players. And is it going to be enough? Mini Racer actually using a lot of Mutalisks. And the Spines now completely worthless. And Mini Racer, I feel, he just has to lift the Spines. But I don't know. Mercy has so many Stalkers. Drones getting pulled up the middle line. Mini Racer, if he wins this game, it is going to be tied between Clarity Gaming and Mini Racer as well as Western Wolves. But Mercy is controlling this really, really nicely.
Yeah, pulled the drones there. Wasn't quite enough. The Muta's still getting knocked back. This position, okay, now he does have the proxy pylons up, so he's going to be able to warp in on the front lines. And the Zergling count just isn't there. You really do need the Zerglings to deal with the Stalkers. Good blink breaker here from Mercy, but there might be too much here for the Zerg. He can't reinforce just as fast as the Zerg can. Most of these Stalkers are going to be taken out, and Mini is going to knock this away with 15 Mutalisks left over.
Yeah, very good defense by Mini Racer. Mercy has 50 supply, no sign of a third base. 3 bases still up for our Zerg. Economy, 41 drones to 49 probes. So, I mean, Mini Racer lost a good amount of economy there, but these Mutas are not really going to be answered. I mean, Mercy, what does he have? He has no units, and he has 1 cannon. He's definitely going to need to get some more cannons to really deal with it. Going to warp in some Stalkers. But these Mutas very much outnumber the amount of Stalkers here for Mercy.
Yeah, he can just charge right in here. Doesn't really need to be cute about it. He could, sit back and deny the third base. There'd be nothing wrong with that, and he's absolutely capable of it. But he knows he can just go for the kill right now. So much economy dumped into that from Mercy, and now there's nothing to challenge these Mutas. And with 20 Mutas right on top of his mineral line, he's going to lose everything very quickly.
Probes being pulled in the main, Mutas in the main, trying to focus down some pylons to disrupt any additional warpings. Archon gets picked off, Cannon trying to come down for Mercy, but there's no mercy in this game, man, and Mini Racer takes the win, which means we are tied 4-4 in the show match.
Unbelievable comeback from Western Wolves. Yong with 3 gaming immediately, Starnan taking it back with 2 wins of his own, and now Mini Racer with 2 wins under his belt. It's coming down to the wire. It's going to be Mini Racer defending Western Wolves' glory here against the final player of Clarity Gaming. I cannot believe this. This is some incredible play, and I'm so glad we've come to a 4-4.
We'll see, man. It's definitely very close, being up 3-0 and then all of a sudden falling to 4-4. But, all these games have been very, very close, as you mentioned. Now it's time to see our final match and to see who's going to take out the show match. So I'm assuming we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to tell you guys who Clarity Gaming is going to send in.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here with the final game. I can't believe it's come to this, but it is 4-4. It's going to be Mini Racer versus Clarity's last player, Saravati.
Yes, indeed. Saravati just getting home right now. He says he's cold. Hopefully he's not too cold.
Yeah, minus 15 Celsius.
Wow.
Hopefully he's got a hand warmer.
Pretty damn cold. Hopefully he's like got the hot packs. He's like shaking them and getting them all warm. But Tall Dream Altar, I believe, is our last map, right?
Yes, this is the last map available to choose, so it was just the default map for this particular matchup. It's also going to be the last game, period.
True.
So it's going to be interesting. Finishing up on Tal'Darim, kind of pretty much the oldest map around.
And it's PvZ, so let's go ahead and introduce our players. I'm assuming you're going to go ahead and do the scoreboard. We're going to have in the bottom left side, playing for Clarity Gaming, it is going to be Saravati, is going to be our blue Protoss player, and his opponent is...
Oh, we got a bit of a pause here. And you know what? Tal'Darim Altar is always such a pain to try to get the right map.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we have the rocks on the third? I can't tell because it's paused.
It's
Do we have
the
rocks?
WCS version, and I'm assuming that should be the... I think there is. Maybe there isn't.
Let's see if we can get that figured out.
Okay, I think we can just remake the GSL version.
Okay, GSL version? Yeah, we can do that. Alright, a little hiccup. These things happen. MLG. GSL. One of them is going to work, that's for sure. Alright, so we're going to hop out of this one a little early, guys. We're going to get a remake going for us real quick. These things do happen. It's mostly with Tal'Darim. It's, for some reason, it's just so hard to find the right version.
Yeah, people are like, this is not the right map. No, this is the right map. Zergs are like, there's rocks. Protoss is like, cool, there's rocks. Let me space. Okay, let's go ahead. You want me to make the GSL version?
Let's see whoever can find it first.
Okay.
Right now... Oh, yeah. Okay, I've got it
Cool.
here.
Go ahead and host.
Alright. Let me get this going here, guys. Who wants to invite Starnan? Okay. Seeing it's fate.
Mini Racer.
Let's get everybody.
Let's get a party going on in this lobby.
Yeah. Alright, get you. Alright, guys, so we are going to get this going on the way. Not going to be any waiting here. We're just rehosting in the correct lobby. And... Oh, can you suggest Saravati? Because I didn't get a chance to add him.
I can. There you go.
Beautiful. And now I'll add him, so that won't be a problem anymore. Do we have a screenshot of this map? That would be handy.
Oh.
Oh, no screenshot.
Nope. Oh yeah, Starnin wants to obs. Forgot about him.
Oh, it's not letting me invite him. He might be on, like, can't accept invites from non-friends or something. I'm gonna have to message him. Oh, I can't. I can't do anything to him.
Okay, let me try to suggest him. See if this works. Oh, no. Can't. Is he in a game?
These are the important questions, guys. I mean, these guys are just as excited for the match as we are.
We definitely don't want to be playing on a map that both of them don't agree on.
Yeah. MLG Tal'Darim. I couldn't find MLG on there. Let me double check. Oh, BattleNet search system. You are just so perfect all the time. Let's see what I can pull up here.
Okay, I'm gonna remake MLG
All right.
version. See if I...
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, I
That's
got it
good.
right here.
That'll... Alright, good. I'm gonna bookmark this one, because... This map, man, it always gives me the most troubles.
Not a lot of people even play on this map anymore. It's basically been taken off a lot of tournament circuits. So I don't
Alright,
think you'll
my
have to worry
dependencies
about
cannot
it
be
in the future.
validated. Yeah, hopefully not. My dependencies cannot be validated, so I have to relog real quick.
No problem.
I'm at the restart StarCraft because it's being a little bit of a pain. Sorry about the delay, guys. It's only in the most hyped 4-4 final match that this stuff happens. So I'm going to get back online just real quick. Have you been doing any of the global play at all, Promise? You've been taking advantage of that?
I have not. I've actually been just hammering out a whole bunch of Heart of the Swarm games and some casts for that. How is it?
It's pretty cool. I mean, there's ping, of course, but I mean, it works like a charm. It's really awesome. I've only played a couple of games, but I'm glad I have the option. Like, I don't belong anywhere else.
What server did you try to play on? Was it Korea?
I tried to play on Korea, and I think there was like 200 ping, maybe. No, it wasn't too bad, but you could definitely notice it.
But is it playable?
Or it's playable. It's quite playable.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
I would say it's playable.
Cool.
All right, I'm back on. So go ahead and give me that invite.
I'm actually having trouble. I'm hosting, but for some reason the players aren't getting invites. Let me see if I can fix that.
Maybe you have to relog.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Now, where did you find MLG Teldream Alter? Because
I just searched MLG and Teldream Alter came up.
in the arcade,
Just custom
in,
games, create, and then search.
create games.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. MLG Teldream. All right, I'll create this. See if we can get it working here.
Cool.
Player has already been invited to a game. Oh, so their invites have to run out, I think.
I'm gonna message them to relog BattleNet. Maybe that'll help.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can get them in this lobby real quick. Okay, Starnan.
Oops, sorry. Didn't mean
That's
to do
okay.
that. Don't invite me to your game, word. Aw, what's going on? Dependencies could not be validated?
Yeah, I've been seeing this a lot lately. I think we just all need to relog.
That's weird. Let me try. Maybe. This map is just cursed for some reason.
Yeah, maybe it's just Teldream. This is a...
I guess I have to log in again. Sorry about that.
Alright. Okay, let me... Alright, so you relog?
Yep.
Or, okay, let me try you.
Dependencies cannot be validated. Okay, I think we're gonna have to host a different version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Teldream. All sorts of problems.
The GSL version, do you know if that has rocks or not?
I'm not sure. I think Sarvati knows. I'm gonna ask him.
See the GSL version, man. No. What if I just search?
I think I found it in the arcade. GSL Teldream. Actually, that's the one I made, but then we had the whole dependency thing again. Again, sorry about the delay, guys.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna
we're
do?
just trying to-
I'm gonna host a game, and see if it has rocks, and if it doesn't, then we'll use that map.
Okay, the GSL one. All right.
Yeah, just give me a minute for some. What? What is going on? I can't host a game because my status has been locked. Did BattleNet lock
What?
me out? Are you serious?
All right. Let me. I will try to host said game. This is just oodles of fun. Alright, I'm going to start this game, see if we got rocks. Really quickly. Sorry about the delay, guys, but we certainly don't want this to be bad. And actually... Oh yeah, they did remove the rocks off of Teldream on the ladder, didn't they? So why can't we just make the ladder version? That did not occur to me.
Let's try that.
That's probably good. Alright, you try to make the ladder version while I get out of this game.
Okay.
Alright. Incidentally, this one doesn't have rocks, but it is the one with the half patches on the third, so... Now we know.
Yeah, Saravati's messaging me. Alright, let's see if this works. Hopefully.
Do you have the ladder one?
Yeah, I tried hosting the ladder one. Hopefully this is right.
Okay.
Let's invite.
Looking good so far. No dependencies. All right.
No locks. I'm not locked out just yet.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so guys, we are going to be starting this game. Again, it's going to be between Saravati, the Protoss player from Clarity, and of course Mini Racer, the victor of the last 2 games for Western Wolves. And it will be the final game of the night. This is best of 9.
Yes, indeed. Sorry for the hiccups, guys. We're just trying to get the right map hosted, and we'll be on our way. So Saravati against Mini Racer, 4-4. This is going to be the final game, and we'll see what we can make happen here.
Yep. Now we got our guys in the lobby, so we're just going to need Mini Racer to choose a Zerg. Ideally, I mean, I'm sure Saravati would love to play against this Terran, but. Okay, looks like our players, I think, are ready. All right, let's do this, guys. All right, we're officially going into the game now. Sorry for the delay, but now it is happening. We're going to be here on Telderim Altar once our game loads up, and I'll bring you in just a second.
Watch Battle.net just drop me right where the game starts.
Yeah, it'll just be such a pain. All right, looking good so far. Guys, we're going to be here on Telderim Altar for this game. Spawning in the upper right, the Protoss player for Clarity in the blue, he is Saravati.
And his opponent in the bottom left side, tying it up 4-4 in this show match, we have our red Zerg player from Western Wolves. It is Mini Racer. So, Zerg versus Protoss. Telderim Altar. Big map, and let's just talk about why it took so long to host the map. We were trying to find the version that does not have the rocks at the third, which is pretty annoying for people that play Zerg on this map. But we got it figured out. So we'll see what we're going to be looking at here from Saravati. Definitely a player that can be very aggressive, can be very macro-oriented. He has a bunch of early builds. You know, blink builds are very common on this build. Usually you would, or on this map, excuse me. Usually you see a lot of 3-base play, but I don't know. It's 4-4. You can maybe expect some cheese here from one of the players.
Yeah, who knows what's going to be coming out. Of course, Telderim it's one of those maps, and I guess there's really no use mentioning it now, but it's not because it's not happening. But where a 6-pool is actually very, very strong, whereas on other maps it's not particularly useful because it's generally easy to defend. But it's not going to be the case. Mini Racer not going to be cheesing Saravati this particular play. And yeah, Saravati's a guy, he's got a lot of builds under his belt, and they're all very strong. He knows how to execute them a lot. He's probably one of the most varied players I've seen. So it's going to be really hard to figure him out to try to see exactly what he's doing. He's sending out 2 scouts here, and this is, you know, Telderim is one of the few maps where you'll see people do this because of how strong the 6-pool can be.
And I'm actually seeing a Forge coming out first from Saravati. Can this be a cannon rush?
Oh,
2 probes.
It could be a cannon rush. Got 2 probes, and as a matter of fact, Mini Racer did go for a 15 hatch there. He is laying down the pylon. Mini Racer is completely aware. He sees it, but is he going to be able to deal with it? Looks like he's immediately pulling some drones to try to get rid of that, but a good block so far from Saravati, and oh, it is a full wall.
Wow, Saravati must have done this many, many times. Is the cannon going to be in range, though, to kill the hatchery? That's going to be the question. I'm not sure. Builds a second cannon. That cannon's definitely going to be in range. More drones getting pulled off the mineral line for Mini Racer, and this is actually a hatch first. So if Saravati gets these cannons finished, the Zerg is going to be in a lot of trouble. The pylon dies. More cannons trying to come out. Saravati wants to take the quick win here. Almost going to lose the probe. 1 cannon going to finish. I think the second cannon might get a cancel because that's a lot of drones that are about to kill it. Canceling again is Saravati. 1 cannon finishes. This is really, really good for Saravati.
Yeah, it's a very, very good cannon placement. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had plans for Telderim Altar, and oh, Mini Racer actually does not cancel the hatchery. He's really going to go for the save. The question is he going to be able to do it? Saravati actually drops an assimilator down. Is he going to steal both the gas? Yes, he is. What a crazy play.
This is so annoying for Mini Racer. I mean, he can't even get speed. He can't get a single gas. Both of them are taken. And now there's 3 cannons hacking away at the hatchery. So even if Mini Racer was trying to transition into like a Baneling bust from here, it is going to be so delayed. But Saravati now is going to delay his expansion a little bit. Nice little transition, getting a cannon before his Nexus. Very, very safe. Doesn't want to have any Lings running into his main base, but we're probably going to be seeing a Nexus coming here from Saravati.
Yeah, what a crazy play. He's actually going to throw down a second pylon just to make sure that one can't get focused down, but honestly, it can hardly even be hit by the Lings at this point. The Nexus, yeah, like you said, it's going to be delayed. That's the cost of throwing down those assimilators. Actually, a Mini Racer isn't even going to try to take them out. He was originally attacking the one, but he's just going to leave them standing. Probably going to leave it for his queen to take out, I guess. Right now, he actually doesn't even know where his opponent is. Right now, he's just going to scout Saravati over at the corner, but the window where he could slip Lings into his opponent's base is over, and now he's in such a rough position.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. He has 4 Lings, actually 6 Lings. He was trying to go straight into the main, but now Saravati bought himself enough time to go ahead and get 2 gateways, completely wall off this area. Now the cannon has been finished for some time as well, and what I want to see here is what is he going to do against these gases? One gas is going to die in the main base, second gas is being hacked away by these 2 Lings. The problem here is Mini Racer's stuck on one base, and Saravati, his Nexus, is going to be up a lot sooner compared to the hatchery here from Mini Racer.
Yeah, and no Zerg ever wants to be behind in a macro position. We see the first gas has been taken now. The Lings just kind of spreading out, taking over the map, getting some of that control. But this is a very unique position to play from. I'm sure Mini Racer hasn't had the most practice from this, so I'm very curious to see how he's going to respond to it.
Yes, indeed. And the Nexus is going to finish shortly for Saravati. We are seeing the Cybernetics core coming down. He is going to let the 2 gateways finish, so we might even see like some early Zealot harassment if he decides to Chrono Boost these gateways. We're going to have to see what he decides to really do behind it. But Mini Racer still has not, made enough units to really kill these cannons. I mean, he can make as many Lings as he wants, but no speed, no Baneling Nest, no gas for any kind of tech. Is going to be very hard to kill cannons positioned like this. And it's going to be a layer, so 1 base Mutalisk? 1 base Roach.
Like
okay.
Yeah, it might be a Nidus play. The problem is Zerg just does not have a lot of good 1 base options versus Protoss. I would say Nidus is the best of them, but it's still going to be really, really hard on an economy of 14 drones. And he's actually going to scout the Roach Warren and the Lair too, with that probe coming in. So Saravati should be able to prepare pretty well. We do have an Overlord in position right between the natural and the main to try to plant down a Nidus. That's what I think it's going to be, but it's just going to be such a stretch.
And now we're going to see the transition from Saravati. It's going to be Twilight Council. Probably going to be used here for Blink, but we'll see if it's going to be, some sort of a Nidus play. He has Overlords positioned pretty nicely. I mean, one is right on top of the ramp. I don't know if he's going to be able to get anything in the main base because Saravati already has a pylon out there. But nice aggression here from Saravati with the first initial 2 Zealots trying to control the watchtowers. Link's trying to run around. Fortunately, Mini Racer's not going to have a lot of options to see this, but in the production tab, word, there is a Nidus network. And where is that Nidus network? It's actually in the main base, so we're actually going to wait for the Nidus Swarm. Excuse me.
Yeah, right now, Saravati, he's actually knocking away the only Overlord that Mini Racer has in position. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be an in-base Nidus for it to work, but obviously that makes it much better because you can bypass the wall at the front. You don't have to deal with any cannons up there. Mini Racer's just going to try to flood with as many Zerglings as he can, and considering the main Zergling portion of this composition, he really does want that in-base Nidus, but he just doesn't have any vision in the base.
But here's the thing, Saravati has no sentries back home, and he has that pylon where he can warp in some units. His warp gate's going to finish. 5 additional gateways are just being started for Saravati. So Mini Racer has a little bit of a window of a timing, and there is the Nidus Worm trying to be built here at the perimeter of the main base. Saravati immediately spots it, pulls the probes, has 1 sentry, to try to deal with it. Now he's going to warp in some more sentries. So he knows something cheesy is on its way, and as long as he can defend it, he should have no problem winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's scouted. He's got the front covered with the cannons, so he knows that no drones have left. There's no possible way there's a base out anywhere on the map for Mini Racer. He can just sit back and try to defend any Nidus play. I mean, that's really the only option Mini Racer had in the first place, and now he's got it confirmed. Here, the Nidus is put down. It can't get a full surround by the probes, but it's really not going to matter. It is going to be taken down before it can finish up. And, Mini Racer can only try so many times before he uses up what little gas he has.
And he doesn't even get a cancel on the Nidus Worm. So he is actually just losing a lot of minerals, and just take note, he's on 1 base, and he does not have any actual economy. I mean, 13 drones is nothing right now. He has a good amount of lings, 41 Zerglings. The problem here is Saravati already has a crazy amount of sentries, and Nidus Worm is actually going to finish, and Mini Racer, I feel, just kind of has to go for it right now. But no speed. I'm not too sure these lings are going to be able to do any kind of damage here.
Yeah, especially with the sentries, it's just not even going to happen. There goes the force fields down. There it is, GG. And a very interesting end to this clan war. Saravati taking the final game and claiming victory for Clarity Gaming.
Yes, congratulations to Saravati taking the last win here for Clarity Gaming. That means they win 5-4. Crazy build from Saravati. Just knows the positioning of where he wants to build the cannons. Really denying expansions, taking the gases in the main. I mean, that is just so... That's like putting the cherry on top of the cake, man. Like, you are not getting gas, you are not getting tech. And, I mean, got an Nexus of his own, built some sentries, knew, hey, you're probably going to go for a Nidus or maybe even one base Mutas. Let me just defend, and that's what he did, and he won the game.
Yeah, very well executed. He knew exactly what he was up against, and he played accordingly. Really good games out of Mini Racer there. He got 2 victories before the series did end, which is a big chunk of that 5-4 score. And that's going to be the end of the show match, guys. And there's Saravati. So just to recap, we had Yong from Clarity Gaming take 3 games right away. He beat Maro with a Blink all-in on Antigua. He beat Zik Domini on... Actually, I'm not sure which map. I want to say Daybreak. And then he beat Sort of, and I think Cloud Kingdom. And then he was knocked out by Starnan, who went on to beat Siphon. And then... What did happen after that? Promise Takeover. I'm lost.
Okay, I will take over. We had Jukdu lose to Mini Racer. We had Mercy lose to Mini Racer, which was on Cloud Kingdom. Mercy was trying to go for like an aggressive 2-base play with a bunch of Blink Stalkers. Unfortunately, Mini Racer just had a good read, scouted the third, had a Ling at the third the entire game, made Mutalisks and Zerglings, defended very beautifully. After that, it was on Tal'Darim Altar, which is what we just watched. Saravati took out Mini Racer. I think before that, it was Siphon against Starnan, and then Starnan won that game. So, back and forth games. Mini Racer really going on a streak of 2 games, almost taking it for Western Wolves, but Saravati jumps in cannons on a huge map, and that's kind of how the clan war ends. And this was actually a lot of fun to cast. Definitely, we'll probably be doing a lot of show matches here for Clarity in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. If you've liked it, my name is Word. I've been casting with Promise for most of tonight, and we had a lot of fun together. If you enjoyed the show match, please show your support to Clarity Gaming and Western Wolves. And if you enjoyed the casting here, you can follow my stream right where you're standing or sitting or wherever you are. And Promise, where can they find you at?
You guys can follow me on Twitter at ClarityPromise. You can also check out my Twitch, twitch.tv/ClarityPromise. There's a bunch of... I stream whenever I play HOTS. There's a cast that I do as well. And of course, Clarity Gaming has a King of the Hill that specifically focuses on Heart of the Swarm. So if you're a pro, if you're a GM player, if you are on a sponsored team, if you're even High Masters, we can probably get you in the King of the Hill. All you have to do is show up in the channel CGKOTH on Heart of the Swarm, 9 p.m. Eastern every single Sunday, and you might be able to get your games casted. And that's it. Those are the shout-outs for me.
Awesome. So definitely make sure to check that out, guys. And today is actually Shu from Clarity Gaming's birthday. Hop over on Twitter, tweet at ClarityShu to let him know to have a happy birthday. And I believe he's actually streaming right now, too, so check him out. He is doing very well today. I know he took out Demaga on stream. We'll have to see what else comes in the future. But that's going to wrap it up for tonight, guys. I have been Word.
And Promise. Put me on the
we've
spot
been representing... Yeah, sorry. It's all right. If we got to learn to read each other's minds, we're gonna have to Google that. I think we can figure it out. But that's gonna end it up for tonight, guys. Thanks so much for watching this clan war between Clarity Gaming and Western Wolves, and we'll see you at the next event.
See you later, guys.